Today can't be Silksong because the game comes out tomorrow. Hello, everyone. uh, the uh, the Silksong didn't come out. Doesn't come out for, according to Steam, 15 hours, which is about, I think, 1 or 2 p.m. my time. I've been on the screen for less than 20 seconds. What discount are you guys talking about? There will be, I will say, speaking of Silksong, before I lose this train of thought, there will be... Oh. Thank you, Plagueling, for subscribing for 3 months. Ah. Wait, tier 3? What? Is that a thing? Thank you. God, I gotta... Okay, well, that means I gotta put, I gotta put some... I have a couple emotes that I still haven't put up because I ran out of spaces, except the higher tier sub spaces, because I didn't think anyone would use that, because I don't know anyone who gets high tier subbed. But thank you. Maybe I'll put some of those in there after stream. That's really cool. Thank you. What was I gonna say? There will actually be a stream tomorrow. I know usually I don't stream on Thursdays, but since Silksong is what's it called? Is coming out tomorrow. I'm going to do an early stream tomorrow. I'm going to do a stream at 2 hours early, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. I will do a earlier stream and hopefully a longer than average stream of Silksong. So that's going to be a one thing, because it's like, why not? That's of course hoping that Silksong is not it's not a joke. This isn't actually just a trick. I made a tweet earlier today that I half expected. I'm half expecting to turn on Silksong, hit start at the main menu, and it goes, "Thank you for participating in the Silksong social experiment. There is no game," and then the game just like exits to desktop. That's what I'm kind of half expecting. But if it is actually a real video game, then I will be playing that. Fun. Here's your copy of Hunt Down the Freeman. Oh. We randomly picked another game that has H as the start, because technically it's Hollow Knight Silksong, and we got Hunt Down the Freeman. Some fuckery, like you boot it up and just Hollow Knight themed pinball, or it's like, yeah, it's actually just Hollow Knight again. It's like a really shitty mod of like someone taking the original Hollow Knight and just putting Hornet as the main character in it. Konami Pachinko machines. Oh god, that'd be good. That would be really like. I would be like, you motherfuckers, I'm getting a refund, but at the same time, holy shit, the fucking cojones to fucking to pull something like that. Obviously, I don't know, like it's one of those things where it's like, okay, there's a trailer, it's coming out, they say it's coming out, but part of it is like, it worries me where I'm like, I don't know why. It's like, I hope it's not bad. That's the thing. It's like, I don't really have any expectations for this game, like outside of hoping it's as good as Hollow Knight was. I'm not expecting it to be the second coming, but you know, I'm part of me is like worried that I hope it's not a disappointment. I really do, because it's like, man, I've been looking forward to this game for a long time, to the point where it was like every couple months I'd check and I'd be like, any news? No. And a couple months later, any news? No. A couple months later, any news? Nothing. And then for them to suddenly just go, oh yeah, here's the release date. It's in like 2 weeks. Oh, okay. Is that good or bad? So wait, Fallout 4. You thought this was finished? We have to do the other three. We have to do the other three factions. We just finished the Institute. We have to do the other three factions. We have to do the Brotherhood, and then the Railroad, and then the Minutemen, and then I might even go through the DLCs. I might do some other exploration of quests in the Wasteland. So that will be fun. It's gonna... What did I want to check? Fallout 4 Covenant. There's one village I wanted to... There's a town in the game called Covenant, and they have a quest related to it, and I want to see... Okay, never mind. I just looked it up. It's going to be disappointing. But I wanted to do that one too, so we might do that one too. Off topic, there's normally a streetlight outside my living room window, but it broke during the storms earlier today, so now my living room is just a fucking void. I can't see shit out of it. It's great. There is a, I think it's a street light that the way it like shines past my blind is that like if I'm laying down on my bed flat, it doesn't bother me. But like as soon as I like lift my head up like half a foot, it's like a laser beam in my eye. I also had I had issues with the last place I lived where the way that the blinds worked and the way that the window was laid out, whenever there was a bright moon out, the moon would just be like, I'd be blinded by the moon. It would just be like spilling onto my pillow. Really good, really fun. I really enjoyed not being able to like sleep if I turned to the right side, because the moon wanted to kill me. Oh god. Okay, yeah. So Fallout 4. I wrote about 850 words last night, and I'm starting skills. If you hear noise, that's my cat losing her mind. She's just playing in the background. I'm on skills. I've got some stuff ready for combat. The more I write, the more I have to write, if that makes sense. It's like compounding the amount of things where I'm getting through perks, or I'm getting through special, and then I got through perks, and perks was longer than special. Skills is probably going to be longer than perks, and then, like, I'm going to have to talk about combat. I'm going to have to talk about not all, but, like, a bunch of I'm going to have to really dive into quests, to the dialogue. Like, this video is... I was worried that it wasn't going to be very long. Like, I don't want there to be a time limit to this video. It will be as long as it needs to be. And I was worried that, like, I would write this script and it would be, like, 15 minutes long, and I'd be like, what? I thought I had more to say. No, I'm going to have, like, a 10 to 20,000 word script by the end of this, probably. And that's just, like, the first draft. So, God, it's going to be, like, maybe at least a 30-minute video, maybe closer to an hour. I think I mentioned I lived a few years ago, so my bedroom was angled so that the sun would be blazing into it every second it was up. Oh god, that was awful. I had the apartment I lived in college was, or in university, it had like a huge wall of windows, and it was really cool because it let a lot of natural light in. Like during the day, you didn't need to have a light on in the apartment because you had these massive windows that were like essentially the entire sort of outside wall. But then as soon as the sun started to set, it was just like a laser beam shining into the apartment. And during the summer, it was like, I hope you like it being about 5 to 10 degrees hotter now. I've got like a 50-foot water tower covered in lights outside my window at my house. It's never dark anymore. An alleyway right at angles at both Veronicas. So without the streetlight, all I got is a great mugging spot. Oh boy, Fallout. Okay. Oh, so out of curiosity, last stream of Fallout 4, we learned literally we finished the quest line for the Institute and learned essentially nothing about them. to the point where we still don't know why they're doing things with synths on the surface. Like, why are they replacing people? And so I decided, as a fucking joke, I asked ChatGPT. And so I asked ChatGPT, in Fallout 4, do we ever get an explanation as to why the Institute is replacing people with synths, or why they destroyed the Commonwealth Provisional Government? And ChatGPT gave me back that, so why the Institute replaces synths with people. Control and experimentation. The Institute views the surface world as a lab environment. They can run controlled experiments on societies, test infiltration capabilities, and gather information without exposing themselves. Practical utility. Synth infiltration gives them access to resources, political influence, and intelligence. Why would they want that? I don't know. Fear and control through myth. They deliberately set stories of people vanishing and being replaced. It makes Wastelanders paranoid and distrustful of others, weakening surface societies, ensuring no united front ever threatens the Institute. Okay. Sean's perspective, he frames it as stewardship of the Commonwealth. But, he says he wanted nothing to do with the surface. And so they gave me, a bunch of other shit. And I asked then, okay, but doesn't that answer go against against Father saying that the Institute wants nothing to do with the surface? And, I guess it makes sense, but has the game ever fucking said any of that? Apparently, according to ChatGPT, it says they're scattered across terminals, Institute dialogue, and faction quest lines instead of being laid out in an exposition dump. And I disagree. I don't remember getting, I'm talking to the leader of the fucking faction, and I'm not getting any of that. And then I ask, so doesn't that answer go against Father saying the Institute wants nothing to do with the surface? And then the game gives me something that, is totally, bad video essay waffle, where it goes, that's the contradiction at the heart of the Institute's story, and it's intentional. Father does say and clearly believes that the Institute wants nothing to do with the surface, but the way they act doesn't line up. And, yeah, that's true, but it doesn't feel intentional because very little to nothing actually seems to say that. So, it's supposed to be a contradiction, but it doesn't feel like a contradiction. It just feels like a mistake. It feels like you're showing me one thing and telling me another thing. You're showing me a surface that is, afraid of the Institute and they're replacing people, and then I see the Institute and they don't want anything to do with the surface. And nothing in, the quest lines really nails that. It's all about getting captured synths and then killing the Brotherhood and the Railroad. I'm just playing Baldur's Gate 3, and at no point do the big bad guys, I'm guessing, explain what the fuck they're doing, and they just move from point to point and butcher everyone in between. Suddenly some fucking weirdo just turns into the Grim Reaper in a big pit, and your response would be what the fuck is happening? Yeah, kind of. But, see, the thing is ChatGPT is desperately trying to explain this to me, and I don't blame it, because it's just trying to pull shit from the internet. So, but it doesn't make any sense, because it's why... I can't square the circle. It's not... I can't... they're supposed to be intelligent, is the thing. And so it's... They want nothing to do with the surface, but they want to manipulate the surface they don't want anything to do with. Why? Why? I don't... That doesn't seem like... Because, they don't... they just don't... I don't know. I don't get it. It just feels weird. And the one time he goes up to the surface, he says that there's nothing there's nothing here. There's nothing worthwhile. Everyone here is living a pointless life. It's better underground. But okay. There's no reason to do any of it. We said that before, these quest lines feel so fucking pointless. Yes, they do. We don't have any... Well, the Institute felt really pointless. So it will be interesting to see how, if it is, well, we'll see if it feels different. How the Brotherhood will be. I'm curious because the Brotherhoods, from what I remember, is like it in terms of just the sheer amount of quests you have to do, it is the longest one. So I guess we'll see if that even matters.
Following total atomic annihilation,
Oops, why did I do that? There we go.
Great nation of ours may...
Okay, so we're gonna have to go back through the billion saves I've made to find the one. So for the Brotherhood questline, we can start it, we can pick it up back when we got into the Institute, and let's try to find one after we talk to Sean, and we can pick it up from here. So that's good. Imagine if they started a Game of Thrones TV series with Sean Bean getting his head cut off, no build-up. You don't know any of these weirdos. You don't already fucking hate Joffrey. Okay. Here we go. This is my own note. We're gonna start the Brotherhood questline. So we've loaded back to the start of. I don't have my. Alright, I didn't take my fucking power armor for this. Whoopsies. Excuse me. Ugh, excuse me. Brotherhood questline. So we are going to do. We got to do from within. So the Brotherhood want us to get Dr. Lee. Now, in a previous video stream, I did the opposite of what the Brotherhood said. So the Brotherhood told me, don't cause violence, we need to get Dr. Lee out of there. And so what I did is I immediately killed Father, and then proceeded to fuck that quest up. And the game responded by just having it so that they found some other way. They literally go, I go back to Maxon, and Maxon goes, well, you fucked it, and he's mad. But then they go, well, it's a good thing now we don't need Dr. Lee because we found some other reason for to replace her. We don't need her anymore. So the quest is pointless. There is no actual negative side effects for failing the quest. There's no fail state because the game will just say, okay, well, whatever, moving on. So who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? What the fuck is the point of following the quest objectives if there's no consequences, if whatever. But anyway, so now we're going to go down the Brotherhood's quest line properly. And I'm going to make sure I try to steal as much of these chems as before I leave the Institute. Make a new character, Human Mage, because I'm basic. Really? You made a Draenei?
I did.
And then you made a Human Mage? Man, can I go in the shower? I guess technically. And you're gonna do the lore master. Right, you mentioned that last stream. You're gonna do the lore master achievement. Good luck with that. That's a lot of that's a lot of questing. 95.90. You stopped being a cool blue alien space goat babe, and you picked a boring human. How dare you, says the man who's currently leveling a human rogue.
Doctor, what are you doing here? Isn't today your day off?
Like, I'm just going through here stealing their clocks and all their drugs.
What do you usually do in your spare time?
Read test reports.
Should I be stealing these shit things because they're all made out of aluminum.
Pretty much the same thing, I guess.
At least I think they're aluminum. They're aluminum or plastic? Let me check. Junk. Yeah, they all have aluminum in them. Aluminium. I like how there's two identical Corsairs just walking next to each other. That's funny. What is with the lighting here? God, this engine is so wonk with lighting. How much of like the development for this game is Bethesda like fighting the engine? How much of the development is them just like, fucking work, we want you to do this, Fucking all of it.
Scanning unknown identity.
I see these are the scientists who are not important enough to have their own rooms. Maybe this lady has like a child. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah?
Oh my god, what's wrong with your face? I don't know, like... Some of the characters in this game look okay, and then some of them are so, like, potato-faced. Just stole some child's Nuka-Cola. Have you tried making anything in this engine without the creation kits? It's a fucking nightmare. There's a reason to wait till the creation kit comes out. Yeah, I have modded, but never modded. That makes sense. Yeah, pretty much. There's never been anything where I'm like, I want this in a Bethesda game. Like I want to make something that hasn't already been done in some way by someone who probably is better at making stuff than I am, as a complete newbie to it.
Compound. We'll start with this trial. The dosage will be much larger this time, and the side effects will likely be more pronounced.
Will there be any pain?
I honestly don't know. I suppose it's your job.
So this quest is interesting. I remember we did this. So we have to convince Dr. Lee to go back to the Brotherhood.
She's been at it for over 2 years.
And there's literally, I think, 2 ways to deal with it,
At this point,
as is expected. One way is you have a charisma check, in case you just pass it, and the other way is you.
In case anyone didn't mention it,
The other way is I think you have to go and do like a mini dungeon.
That was productive.
Well, like, yeah, do we have to? Apparently she's as necessary as a hernia. Well, that's the thing, is that there is actually no reason to get her, because if you fucking blast her in the face, I think she's essential, actually. Okay, she's not essential, but, like, this doesn't matter.
here.
Because, like, you go back to the Brotherhood, and then Maxon chews you out, and then the quest line just keeps going.
Excuse me, Dr. Lee?
Oh, it's you. You're not authorized to be here.
I'm new.
I'm new around here.
You must think I'm some kind of idiot. Father may have given you the keys to the castle, but I still decide who goes in and who goes out of my laboratory.
No,
why don't
I'm
you
pretty
just
sure your
run
boss
along
is
and
your
let me get
boss,
back
and if
to
he
work?
says you have to let him in here, or let me in here, then you have to let me in here.
Is this how you
you
treat
dumb
me?
asshole.
Or are you just putting on the charm for me?
I wasn't aware that I had to answer to you at all. You're
That wasn't
obviously
really a
here for
response to my
reason,
question.
And you've already spoiled my experiment, so you might as well spit it out.
I spoiled your experiment. What the fuck you mean?
I've been sent by the Brotherhood of Steel to find you.
You don't beat around the bush, I'll give you that. I knew it was just a matter of time before your people would track me down. I've been looking over my shoulder for almost a decade, waiting for them to send someone like you to kill me.
But, like, why would they want to kill you?
Why would we want you dead?
I did some pretty sensitive work for the Brotherhood of Steel. Even though Lyons let me go, there were a few others in the ranks that thought I knew too much.
With
That's
people
why
like
I
this, they
came
were
to
so
the
fun to
Institute.
fire them in
It was
the
the
end.
only place that I thought I'd be out of the Brotherhood's reach and still be able to do my research. Since Father trusts you, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I might not agree with everything he says, but I know he'd never allow harm to come my way. Say what you came here to say, and then leave me alone.
So, you have your return to the... Okay, so we don't have
you
the
happy here?
juice to...
Are you kidding me? I am surrounded by cutting-edge laboratory equipment and some of the greatest minds the world's ever known. What does that have to do with why we're talking?
See, I don't understand. Okay, I don't understand why the Institute is currently the greatest minds the world has ever known. Because, like, if this was like the pre-war or like closer to the war, I could understand it. But like, these people have like were born and raised here for the most part, or some of them were kidnapped. Like, they're not necessarily the best and brightest the world's ever known. They're the best and brightest they can find, more or less, and the people that they like grew up and were raised here, like your son.
The Brotherhood needs your help, Doctor.
Needs my help. Why?
I don't
They seem to
know.
have
They
everything
want
under
to. They
control
want
when
to
I
turn the giant robot back on.
The Brotherhood is having problems, and we need your help.
I don't see how that's my problem. Tell me something. Why would I possibly want to come crawling back to the Brotherhood? What reason would I have to throw away everything I've accomplished here?
What was
I
it?
give up.
Working
What would it
government.
take
Used to
to
work in
convince
government
you,
in the
all
internal
right?
IT
I'll
team.
play your game.
They said no, it's
I
not
had a
happening. Doesn't
colleague
matter if you're an
down
MP,
here,
the mayor, or whatever.
a Dr.
They said no, it's
Virgil.
not happening.
Several months ago, there was an accident
Oh, yeah,
in his
fair.
lab.
The
and he
buck,
was
you know,
killed.
if
I
the
wanted
buck
to
stops
help
with
the
whoever you
investigation,
are
but
for whatever
Father
you're
had the
doing, then
laboratory
that's
sealed,
it.
saying that it was contaminated.
Lola.
The incident never sat right with me. The more I asked about it, the more I felt like Father was deflecting my questions. If you bring me solid information on what killed him, I'll take it as a favor from the Brotherhood and consider your offer.
So again,
Do
she
we have a
wants.
deal?
So she wants you to talk. She thinks Virgil is dead, and Virgil is not dead. Virgil helped us get here. Virgil sent us here to get fucking FEV cure for him. So you would think an easy, like, okay, so you say Virgil's still alive.
I know this may come as a shock, but Dr. Virgil is still alive. I met him myself.
Oh, please. Do you really think a cheap tactic like that is going to work on someone like me? Stop trying to avoid the legwork by
So
lying.
that's the thing, though, is
Either
that, like,
you get me the evidence,
like-
or we have nothing else to talk about.
okay,
Deal?
that's fair enough in that she doesn't
Deal.
believe
All
you
right.
outright.
Dr. Virgil's lab
But my
was in the
question is,
Biosciences division.
why
I can
wasn't
give
okay?
you a
There's
code
two
that will
things
get
you could
into
do.
the section,
You could have
but the
made
lab
that a
itself has
charisma
been
check.
sealed, so you'll have to breach it on your
You
own.
know,
I'd tell you to be
you
quiet
added a
about
charisma
it,
check
but
earlier.
your
You could have made that a
Brotherhood
charisma
and
check,
discretion isn't
and that changes it up a
exactly
little
your
bit.
strong suit.
Or
And finally,
you
get
could
caught.
have
We never had this
made it so that
conversation.
instead of
Now,
having to
for the
like
sake of
go
keeping up
into this
appearances,
place and
let
find
me
the
see that
evidence
hit
for
boy of
her,
yours. I've been
you
told to install
go
a courser chip in
and
it for you. Father's orders. You're to be
you
given
go
full
and you get
access,
proof that
with the
Virgil is
ability
still
to relay
alive,
in
and
out
then
of
that
the
could be
Institute
another way to solve the
at will.
quest.
Thank you. I'm sure that'll come in handy.
Given that the relay is the
Right?
only
Like
way
you
to
could
access
have you
the
could do
Institute, handy is something of an understatement.
you go and you
In
I don't know,
case
like
the
not taking a
significance is
picture of him
lost
wouldn't
on
help
you,
because he's a super
you'll be
mutant
the
now.
only one here with that kind of access.
But let's say
If
you go
nothing
back to
else,
Virgil
it
and you
should
say
demonstrate
Dr.
the
Lee
amount of
thinks
trust
you're
Father
dead
has
and she's
placed in you.
considering leaving the
Speaking of,
institute because of this.
I trust our
because she
discussion
doesn't
will
like that
remain
you
between
she
the
doesn't
two
got
of
hasn't
us.
gotten a straight answer
Now,
about what
I need to
happened
get
to
back
you.
work, and I'm sure you
Can
have
we
other
give her some
things to
proof
do.
that you're gone and here's what happened to you, yada yada yada? And I don't know, he could fucking like write a note, or he could do something that could explicitly mean or prove that it is him, and and he could give her an explanation. Maybe it would involve curing him, and then you get him when he's cured, and he records a note or something. Or classic. Here's some info that only I would know, that only they would know. That maybe both of them, maybe they were close, maybe they were friends, maybe they both were worked on some project or some aspect of something together, and it was like, okay, well, oh, I know about the 8th of November. I know what happened. I know what you two did on the 8th of November, and he said this to you. And then she would go, oh, how did you know that? And then there you go. Yeah, exactly. He told me, Virgil's alive. He told me about the mole on your arse. Yeah. Like something like that. That would be a more, like, again, it would offer more interesting ways of completing this quest. But the fact that you can bring that up and that there's no follow-up at all is just like... Again, it's like they set this quest up, and then they have to acknowledge the fact that, someone pointed out, it's like, well, the player knows that he's alive. Like, and she's interested in this person that is alive, and she thinks he's dead. So you have to have a line in there to acknowledge it, but there's no like follow-up. Like you can't do a little bit more with that. Like you could have made that a thread, a quest thread. Is this quest called? From Within. Guess what? It's time for the first note. 13 minutes. From Within. Lee wants you to find info about what happened to Virgil. She will not believe if you just say he's alive. No skill check there or option to go back to Virgil. God damn it, Virgil. Ugh, my keyboard is off-centered when I'm doing this. Go back to Virgil and get info that only he would know as a as another possible solution to the quest. The only way to do this is to either do the charisma check or do a fucking combat section. And you might be saying, how is it a combat section? We're in the Institute. Oh, they found a way. I always check. I double check the wiki to see if the quest line. Yeah, the quest line is just a. Oh, the quest line is just a fucking straight line. It's just a straight line, and the only branch is convince her with a speech check, and that's it. Not that the charisma-less lawyer with all the speaking ability of Godric the fucking Grafted would ever convince her there was a skill check. Yeah, but yeah, you know, it's a video game. This is what video games are. This is what a Fallout game is. You know, you shoot the guys. That's what like Fallout was. I'm not gonna say that there wasn't a lot of shooting guys in Fallout, but Christ, there were other parts. I remember talking to a lot of people in Fallout. I remember being able to convince them and learn a bunch of information and all this other stuff. Bimbio James, yeah, exactly. But nope. What we do here is you have pointless conversational cul-de-sacs with NPCs that are planks of wood, and then you go and do a dungeon, and you engage in dull, lifeless, sterile combat that is nearly brain dead, and then you do more of that. Your reward is more of that. You know, and then when you finish the campaign, the main story or whatever, you get a hackneyed video where some fucking writer thinks they're writing something fucking profound when just because they ended it with war never changes. Conversational cul-de-sac is fantastic. Made sure to include that in the essay. Yeah, that's a good one. Like, I think it's like it makes a conversational cul-de-sac. That's how like all the conversations in this game are. There's one way in and there's one way out. Everything else in it doesn't matter. You can go in and you can, you know, you can say hi and all that, but you're getting the one option out. You know, like and the thing is that you have those illusions of choice where they sometimes give you options, but like a lot of times they just like force you, like, no, you have to do this. You have to, you know, kill this guy. You have to do this conversation. Yeah, hang on, is this like abandoned bits from the Institute? Yeah, this is like old lab. They closed up the FEV labs. Old man Jenkins got fucking sick or whatever. What is it? I don't. Because FEV is they needed the Institute to be fucking with FEV to explain super mutants. but they didn't want the actually to have currently working on FEV, because every faction that is currently working on FEV in the fucking series is just like pure evil.
Perimeter movement detected. Possible stealth unit in the AO. A Soltron-class combat robot to unknown interloper. Reveal yourself immediately. Negative sensor read. Weapons cold.
No, I think you don't worry. No, I think it's like there's another way in. I don't think these are. I've maybe it's my mistake. I think this is something else. Is it? No, this is FEV Lab. There is one section that Virgil was working in that is like nice and shiny, and I think if you have like a high hacking skill, you can get in there. But otherwise, you have to go through the dungeon. Actually, let's double check. Let's see what we need. Let's go back. Let's do a little exploration. Let's go see where the other option, the other door is. I think you need like it might be a case of just like locked behind a master, like a master level like computer or something. Yeah, like right here. Look, yeah, master level FEV Lab terminal entry terminal. So yeah, you need to have. This is the highest. So yeah, like. It's always a master level lock. I do find it funny how though it's like your reward for having like the high level skill is to skip the combat. And sure, the previous games allowed you to sometimes avoid or skip combat encounters through skills, but it didn't feel like you were it felt like an alternative option, you know what I mean? That's exactly what it is. The password to get out is on there. Or I think like the other terminal on the other side can be picked. People lock the keys and I'm pretty sure it's like they locked it down because FEV, so they locked it down. I want to point out how little sense this makes. Okay, so you walk up to this door. It's an advanced lock, which means you need to have the first level of perk to open this lock, because you can only open, or maybe no, is it just you need the first perk. Where is it? Yeah, you need the first perk to open it. So, okay, I don't have the perk. How do I get through this door? Aren't you the director now? No, remember, we've gone back. This is before this is like immediate. This is our first time in the Institute. We've rolled all the way back where it's our first time in the Institute. We just met our son. We have not done any of their quests. We finished the Institute, we're back in time, and we're doing the Brotherhood quest line.
Scanners detecting sentient life. Alert level elevated.
Time traveling, yeah, exactly. So again, I'll get it. Like you have an advanced thing here where you need to have a higher one perk in this to pick this, but then there's a novice terminal right here, which is the only like anyone can use, and technically this is easier to unlock because it's simpler. He says as he fails them all. But like, I don't get it. Why would they do that? Why not have it so that there's like another, like a key card somewhere we have to find, or we can talk to one of the scientists to get the key to this? I'm actually curious. I have the wiki up. Is there any way to... no. So his former lab is sealed in the sealed section of the Bioscience Division. There's a back entrance with a master lock terminal in the main room. With the main entrance through security. Once in the lab, you travel through. So there's no... There's no way to get through that master locked door, which is kind of weird. Like, there's no way to convince... I don't know, to, like, find... no way into the... no way into the lab back door outside of master terminal. Terminal could have had some way to, what's the word I'm looking for? Some way to find the key. It would be interesting if the game rewarded you for actually thinking, like, it doesn't say you can, but you can go to the head of the Gestapo and ask him for the passcode. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like, well, I've been playing, playing Morrowind, and then also playing things like Deus Ex in the last couple months. The original 2 Fallouts, a lot of times, an NPC would give you the sort of the main way that they expect you to do something. And it would be like, you can go and do this, or you can do this. But there might be a third way. There might be an easier way to figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yes.
How long until I go back to Fallout 1 and 2 for the recovery from this? Well, I'm not 100% certain, but I know I'm going to have to on my own time. I'm going to do on my own time. I'm going to have to collect footage from Fallout 1 and 2 for the video. If I'm ever referencing Fallout 1 or 2, I want to have relevant clips from that game. And I'll probably also I'll do the same as well for New Vegas, because I'm referencing New Vegas. My main 3 points of reference in that video so far have been Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas. A little bit of 3, and so I'm gonna have to collect footage for all of those. And I might do a New Vegas stream. Just like I don't know if because I'm gonna have to collect like specific clips, but I might also just want to play New Vegas again. I want to see vanilla New Vegas, not a single fucking thing in it modded. Okay, maybe some stability mods just to make sure the game doesn't kill itself. But like unmodded, what is a more enjoyable game? What is a better game? What game gives you more player choice? Certain that there's a quest, something to do with one of the houses, where it doesn't tell you can go to one of the house heads and rat the other fuckers out, but you can if you want to, because that makes sense. Yeah, that, like, again, that's like rewarding players for thinking outside of the quest journal, for having relevant information and then being able to use that information. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. See, some people would say, say it's New Vegas, and they'd have nostalgia goggles on because they played like when they were 10. I played New Vegas when I was like 14. It was far better than this shit. Well, I think the thing is that I've played both Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4 several times over the years since it's come out, and it's a case of like, yeah, Fallout New Vegas is better. It's a better game. It's not like rose-tinted glasses. It's that it's a fucking better game. Oop, I'm over encumbered. I don't want to sound like critical or asshole-ish here, but is it worth it for the reference? They were made by different teams with very different skill sets priority. Yeah, but they both have the word Fallout in the title. When you say that this game is a Fallout game, it implies certain things, you know what I mean? And, you look at Fallout 1 and 2, those were made by the same guys. And then you look at Fallout New Vegas, and there were some people who were similar, like people who worked on the first one were there too, or the first two. And it's like, those feel like contiguous games where it's like, oh, I can see how this is this old game translated into a new 3D world. Where this game is like, this is Fallout 4. This is apparently a sequel to these other games, and it doesn't feel like it in any way. Sure, it looks kind of like a Fallout game. There are things I identify, but like, it doesn't play like any of them. It doesn't
Sweet.
play like Fallout 3. It doesn't, or well, it kind of plays like Fallout 3. It doesn't play like Fallout 1 or 2 or New Vegas. Corsa uniforms. It's like saying you can't compare Call of Duty 4 to Call of Duty 9 Ghosts or whatever. It's the same, made by, it's still Call of Duty, yeah. Well, it's the same way that, like, is it fair to compare Skyrim to Morrowind? It's like, are there, it's like, were they made by 100% the same team? No. But, you know, it's still fucking, like, they're still calling themselves an Elder Scrolls game. They're billing themselves as direct sequels. That was a dead cat. You know, they're billing themselves as direct sequels. I'm not calling you out, Plagueling. I'm answering your question. I do think it is totally fair to use other games in the series as a criticism for this game, if even if they're not. I'll use the buff out actually. Fucking. Even if they're not made by the same peeps. You know how, okay, you know how the other day we got into like a fucking hour-long conversation about how they make movies that are sequels that don't feel like sequels? Like it's like, hey, this is a Star Wars sequel, and it's like it's destroyed everything about Star Wars. You know, and it feels like it's written by someone who hates Star Wars. That's what I kind of feel like. Maybe little different, but like it's a similar thing of like you gave this game the title Fallout with all that like sort of thing of like, oh, I Fallout, I like that series, I like those older games, and then it's like nothing like it. Yeah, it was during the Path of Exile stream where I was just like running around.
Got it.
In that case, you were asleep? No, you were in that conversation. You were there. You were talking. At least for a little bit. So yeah, here, look, this is his laboratory. And it's a little shinier. I'm getting old with it. Yeah, fair. Oh, here's the juice. That's the juice that Virgil wants. That will somehow return him from being a super mutant. Don't ask how. To be fair, I don't put Morrowind and Skyrim together, made by very different people, even if it is Bethesda. And it's like, I think it's like hey, it's called Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I feel like it's more than fair to compare it to Elder Scrolls 4 or 3 or 2 or whatever. You know, in the same way that I would compare Star Wars Episode 27, whatever, Star Wars Episode, fucking, what is it? 8, the fucking Force, what is it, The Last Jedi? And I'd say, yeah, sure, that wasn't made by Jorge Lucas and his guys, but it's still calling itself a sequel, and I'm going to compare it to what came before. If you don't want to compare it to what came before, you have to name it something different. You call it something different. If this was called, like, Wasteland Adventure Game, you know, post-apocalyptic, you know, whatever, and then I would not judge it as harshly, because it's not trying to be a Fallout game. You know, you can't judge this in a vacuum when it's claiming to it's essentially claiming to be a sequel. It's claiming to have like a, you know, to be the next entry in this series that has sort of pre-established lore and sort of mechanics and setting and expectations of what it is. Hey, and you can do like spin-offs. Like if they wanted to make a more action-focused Fallout game, and they called it Fallout Tactics. You know, you could do something like that.
Doctor,
Took you long enough to find that evidence. Let me see what you've got.
I'm afraid it's bad news.
Since when do you know what I consider bad news?
Oh my
Just
god,
let me
was she
hear it.
this much of a jackass in fucking Fallout 3? She just like become like a sour fucking lemon in the ears. Why is this so fucking quiet? I can't even hear it.
After that, I know what I'm about to do will be seen as a betrayal. Treason, he'll probably call it. So, I'm leaving. I have a plan. And if it works, I'll be somewhere safe. Somewhere not even
Unless made by the actual same people, I don't really compare games to
lied
previous
to
or
me.
future versions.
They
If
lied
it's not
to
the same
me,
people who
and
made
I
it, it's more like
didn't
wearing a
even
skin of
realize
it.
how far it
Well,
went.
I feel like that's
All those
I think
years
that's
of
more of a
loyalty.
reason to actually criticize
For
them.
nothing.
Because it's like your idea can't stand on its own merit. You have to, you know, essentially cloak it in things that people recognize and like. You're stealing the fucking notoriety, the things people like, and trying to push your own garbage. I think that's even worse. You know, if like again, I would be probably more fair if it was actually trying to stand on its own. If they made their own thing, you know, but they're not. So you get to get judged by the quality standards of what is considered good in that franchise that you're putting yourself in. You know, you make a Star Wars movie, I'm going to judge it by other things in Star Wars that are good. You make a Fallout game, I'm going to judge it by other things that are called Fallout that are good.
No matter how badly it hurts, you needed to hear the truth.
And for that, I thank you. I came to the Institute to get away from the
You know,
Project.
and it's like I attempt to
From the
base it
whole
on its own
world.
merits in very recent
I just
projects,
wanted to do
and I
my
get that.
research
Like
in
that's the
peace.
thing, though, is
Father
that
took me in,
they're
gave
not
me
trying
access
to
cutting-edge
base.
technology that I
They
only
are not
dreamed
using their own
existed.
merits. They're
I became
using
jaded.
other
I thought that the
things
Institute
to,
cared,
you know,
that they
puff up
wanted to
their
better
own stuff.
mankind. Maybe in their own twisted way they still do. But now I realize if you can't trust the people you're working for, then it's all pointless. If they lied about Dr. Virgil, who knows what else they've been lying about?
If it said
Or what
I'm
their plans are for my
Waste
work.
Out, a
I'll
post-apocalyptic
make my
game
way
set
back
in
to the
Boston,
Brotherhood.
I take it,
But
I
I'm going
take
to have
all
to do
the
it on
its
my own.
Fallout
I
butt
can't take
parts
any
out of my
chances
judgment and
being
throw them
seen
out.
with you.
Yeah,
Tell
it would
whoever
stand
sent
more on
you
its own, and
that
that's the
they've
thing.
just
Is like
regained the
Fallout
services
isn't the
of
only
Dr.
game in
Madison
post-apocalyptic town. Post-apocalyptic stuff is like is very, you know, prevalent. There's plenty of room for them to make their own sort of setting, but they bought Fallout, and I'm gonna judge it on Fallout. Do I have to? What? Do I have another buff out? I don't. What did I guess I'll just eat all the sugar bombs. And Star Wars was actually a very good example because the team working on A New Hope and the team working on Revenge of the Sith were not the same people, and they were both fucking amazing. But a lot of the blokes who headed up Revenge of the Sith work on Phantom Menace. Yeah. Can we not teleport from here? Does it have to be in like the Institute proper? Huh. It's weird. Do I have to go back up to the relay? What?
When are you going to tell me about this?
I think I might have to finish Institutionalized. Fuck.
It's an honor to
The Institute's a big place. It might take a while to learn where everything is.
Hi, Doc.
God, I hate how you can't, like, they have to
Really
give their
are.
fucking intro
Well, all
spiel
right.
line.
When Father, if you don't mind.
I just...
Now that you... Now.
Yeah, we heard this already.
I'm not on board with...
No? If you're not... And consider having... If there's anything...
I'm good for now. Thanks.
Goodbye, then.
Again, I hope. Please don't think I'm junking. Don't think I'm junking down your head, Blakeling.
You know the protocol, sir. Authorized personnel.
I get what you're saying about trying to judge a piece of media on its own merit.
Over to robotics to knock some heads together.
And the thing is though is like
on the targeting package upgrades I asked for. Maybe
I would argue that like Fallout 4 is, even if it was its own thing, it still probably wouldn't be very good.
Soft on me, Alana? My methods get
I think that's like the biggest indictment of this game, is that even if you stripped away all of the Fallout stuff, and you did just say there's it's its own new IP, yada yada yada, it's its own fucking thing, it's still bad.
No problems here.
Good to hear.
Like it,
Our primary
they're
responsibility is the recovery of escaped
I mean, rather than the studios,
that are hiding among the human population on the surface.
just prefer to look at what the actual creators have made rather than the studios. Yeah, but like, again, this game is a sum of the whole.
Sure,
you know,
it's best for
sure there might have
everyone
been
that
talented
listens
people
to
making
me
this
here.
stuff, but
Certainly.
they made
We can't allow sophisticated
this awful stew.
The results could. Our main instrument.
You know, like if this game, as I was saying, if this game was stripped away, I don't know why this guy's face is so fucked up. He has cheekbones. You could fucking cut glass with his cheekbones.
I'd very much like to know how you defeated it.
I'm
God,
no
what was I gonna
stranger
say?
to combat.
Even if this game was stripped of everything that makes it Fallout-y and was its own thing, you would still be stuck with combat that is so fucking miserable, and you would be
I'm good
so
for now.
focused on it. Like there's the game. Like I'm gonna start when I'm done with the skill section in the script. I'm gonna start on the combat section, and the combat was when I was planning this before taking notes and like in sort of like a layout of how I wanted to do this script. I actually combat was going to be a smaller part of the game because I really wanted to focus more on the narrative and player choice and stuff like that. But as I've started playing this again, I have to add stuff about the combat because the combat is so bad, and the game just there is, again, I said it before, and this line is making it into the script somewhere. 90% of this game, you engage with it down the barrel of a gun. The game expects you to do so much combat, and the combat is so meaningless and empty.
Excuse me, Doctor.
It's shallow. The mechanics
So good to
cannot
have you here.
support
Dr. Clayton Holdren,
like
head of the bioscience
keeping the combat
I can't
interesting
wait
for
for you to
how
see the
much
work
the
we're
game
doing.
wants you to do
truly
it.
amazing.
There is
I'll reserve.
it's just like there's so like you're forced to do so much combat, and it sucks. The mechanics can be essentially ignored. Your perks don't really fucking matter. The weapon choice doesn't matter. Your armor doesn't matter. The enemy type doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Enemies are either fodder or bullet sponges, and it's nothing like that, but for just the whole game.
You probably saw the gorillas. They're really just a pet project at this point. But
You know, you would
potentially
think that
exciting
after playing
nonetheless.
this game for so long and being like level 15, 20, whatever, I would be
Seems
a
like
little
there's
more
nothing
the
you
gorillas,
guys
yeah.
can't do.
I would be a
Hard
little bit
work,
more interested,
ingenuity,
or like the combat would
any
be
challenge can
more
be
interesting,
overcome.
or
I'm
I could
sure
go
I've
back
taken
to
up
earlier
enough of your
areas and
time
fight
asking.
enemies easier than
But I
before.
have to ask, have you decided whether you'll join us?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, I was gonna just read what you said. Worst thing is, I think there's a lot of good, if not great, people working on this, but higher ups keep pushing for stupid or shit, and it's like, well, I don't know. It's like,
Sure how well I'll fit in, but I'd like to give it a try.
Great.
I
I was hoping you'd say that. In any case,
oh,
I imagine
now
you'll want
chat
to
scrolled up
continue
by
looking
accident.
around.
Faction War in the Wasteland, Fallout RTS style.
Or,
That'd
if
be
you
kind of
prefer,
cool.
I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm good for now. Thanks.
And now you can
Care,
fast
then.
travel to and from the Institute. There we go. We have to finish that. I don't know. Why do you have to talk to each of the 4 heads? So, You talk to Dr. Lee, and she gives you the Corsair chip in your Pip-Boy to actually go in and out of the Institute. That's like the physical device that allows you to teleport. But the game doesn't let you teleport until you talk to the remaining 3 fucking, you know, heads of the divisions. Okay. Sure. That's cool. I like that. That's cool. I like video games. Oh. You know, Lugor, I was just thinking the same thing. At the risk of sounding like an arsehole, if I really tried really, really hard to make a good cake, but people kept coming in and changing out my ingredients, telling me, add random shit, I end up making a fucking god-awful cake. It doesn't change the fact that I made a shitty cake. Yeah, exactly. It's like, are there talented people at Bethesda? I don't know, because the games they make are bad. That's the thing, is that it's easy to say that it's all about mismanagement. It's easy to blame Todd Howard or Emil Pagliarulo or whoever the hell else. But they're not the only people making these games. They're not the only people, you know, doing this stuff. And ultimately, they make, like, Fallout 4 is a bad game. You know, Starfield, from the little I played and the lot that I watched, is a bad game. And I just, like, you know, I can't constantly believe that, of like, oh, there's good people working there. And like, I don't see evidence of that. Maybe the artists, you know, I'd say maybe the artists are the people who actually do sort of design work, or maybe some of the people who are doing maps, like levels and like making environments, they can do some good work. But a lot of, other than that, I think there was good people for this, not for Starfield. That's a fair enough distinction, I guess. For Fallout's, like, you know, Fallout 76, for example, it's weird because I think the Fallout 4 map, I think the Commonwealth is a miserable map. I don't like this map. I don't like how it's laid out. Everything is so fucking scrunched. It feels like this map needed to be bigger. Like some of the times, like, oh, this farm here is being, like, you look at the map, the distances between these two places are like 10 seconds of moving. It feels so scrunched and so ugly. And then it's weird because Fallout 76, like Appalachia and like the game world of Fallout 76 is probably the best thing about that game. Like the way that Appalachia looks, the scale actually feels like there's enough room on the map to breathe for different locations to be realistic distances from each other. There's a good set of different biomes in the game. There's like, what, 5 or 6 different biomes? And they all feel pretty distinctive. And then the rest of the game is fucking garbage. Yeah, I played like 2 hours of I almost called it Star Trek. 2 hours of Starfield, and then I'm like, I'm really bored.
How cooperative do you think she'll be?
I think she's confused right now.
No matter. Given the proper motivation, I'm
Like,
certain
what?
she can be
Why?
persuaded to see things our way. As soon as Dr. Lee arrives, we'll interrogate her.
I have to like immediately reload that. What do is that line going to be the same thing? So he said, no matter. So how cooperative do you think she'll be? I think she's confused. No matter. She's on our side.
I've convinced her that the Institute is the enemy, not the Brotherhood.
Well done, Knight.
Okay,
As soon
thank
as Dr.
fucking
Lee
God.
arrives, we'll interrogate her aboard the Pridwin. She's been under the Institute's influence for the last decade.
Mechanics,
And we
how they
can't
got
afford to
zero-G
take
in
any
spaceships and the ability to just stand
No.
up in the middle of space
I
combat,
believe
and
you
it's not
still
instance or
possess an
summit
important
anything.
piece of
That's good
data that
shit.
Proctor Ingram is eagerly awaiting. I want you to bring it to her immediately. Once again, Knight, you don't fail to impress. Dismissed.
If you have 8 hours, I highly recommend watching Patrician TV's video on Starfield. It's a really interesting look into how that game feels like. The game feels like a jumble that doesn't make any there's no it feels like there's no cohesion to any of the systems that they made in Starfield. And so the game is like the game feels like a chicken with its head cut off kind of thing. Like, maybe that's maybe not like a Hydra. It's like a Hydra going in like 1,000 different directions, and there's no one who's like focused. There's no like focus of like the game is going to be this. The mechanics are going to be this. We're going to make it like this. This is how the gameplay is going to be in space. This is how the gameplay is going to be on the ground. And he gives a bunch of examples, things like how like zero-G combat is like a thing, but nobody uses it. There's like one quest in the game, or like two. There's like a couple locations in the game that use zero-G.
Good to see you.
And that's it. And it feels like someone put that in there, and then no one followed up. No one did anything with that. And there's just like a bunch of that.
What's our next
move? That's some guy, but there's a Star Wars complete overhaul in the works for Starfield that wants to eventually completely replace the entire main story with Star Wars themed stuff. That's going to be good. I look forward to that in 2074.
Once we decrypt that
Proctor
intel you
Tegan.
covered from the
What brings you to me today?
know a lot more about them.
I'm looking for some fire.
Be my guest.
Yeah, this is why I'm like this. I'm gonna explain why I've been constantly fucking console commanding in fuel, is so I don't have to go around to every fucking guy in the wasteland to fucking get flamer fuel. He doesn't even. Oh no, he does. He only sells 149. Cool. Be dead or stuck in a home when it comes out. Whatever. How much are the missiles? Expensive. Cool. $85 stim. We're at the point where it's like we can probably just start dropping all of our food because we have so many stim packs. Surprised you haven't console commanded carry capacity. And with the power armor, it's not that bad. Any 5mm rounds? You got 1,000 of those. Why is everything so expensive in video games? The minigun I should go pick up. It's back in. I'm trying to think of the one that I didn't pick up in this playthrough yet. The one that I left. in the Museum of Freedom.
Brotherhood? Then there's everything.
He's my man. No, I dropped it on the ground. I'm actually just gonna go get it right now. God, the game.
Synths are replacing humans with exact.
Can you believe they're replacing humans with exact duplicates? Makes me sick. Oh yeah, all the bandits respawn. Raiders, whatever. I keep calling them bandits.
Shoot him! Shoot them all!
Yeah, they're bandits. It's interesting how Raiders in Fallout 4, in Bethesda Fallouts in particular, are you're never given any chance to do anything with them but kill them, for the most part, and it's such a strange thing. It's the same can be said with a lot of stuff in this game, but like they really just they're just bad guys. Like you can never. There's Fallout 3 let you be a slaver. Yeah, okay, fair, I guess. Then I guess it would just be again. It's just a Fallout 4 thing. Again, it's so weird where I feel like Bethesda you can see some of the origins of it there. I feel like Bethesda wanted Fallout 3 to be Fallout 4. If that makes sense, they wanted this game to be like they wanted Fallout 3 to be like what this game is, and that's why like all that stuff is gone from Fallout 3. Anything that fucking reminded you of Fallout. Get all this shit out of my inventory. Can you wield the tiny? Yes, you can wield the thing in the power armor. Minigun, standard barrel, accelerated barrel. Gun nut 3, tri barrel. Gun nut 4.
I should have done more. I hope those raiders pay for what they've done.
Oh god, we gotta start doing some quests soon because I'm already fucking falling asleep to this fucking game. Gotta be level 25 for that perk. I hate this game so much. It's so fucking boring. God, it is astounding how annoying the... What am I missing to repair this? Nothing. Oh, good. Plastic. Why is plastic needed? Isn't there an oil shortage? Doesn't oil not exist anymore in the oh, whatever. Who cares? Oh.
That's what I'm talking about.
Who cares? I know Bethesda doesn't. It's not like there's a whole resource war going on. There's just fucking plastic shit everywhere. Okay, I'm waiting. Thanks.
Here's your holotape, Proctor. Hope the data on that thing was worth it.
Thanks.
Oh,
You
we'll
know,
get to the Brotherhood
good to see
or
you're
the
still
Brotherhood, the
in one
Minutemen
piece.
eventually. Their
Wasn't sure what the
thrilling
interceptor
quest
would do to
line
you.
where you don't really do much.
You mean being zapped into energy and then put back together again? Piece of cake.
You can make jokes all you want, but I wouldn't put so much faith in technology I didn't understand. Speaking of technology I don't understand, I'll get this holotape to Proctor Quinlan. I'm dying to find out what's on it.
Why did I give it to you?
For all we know, that's a recipe for Deathclaw surprise.
Well, it's the best we could do with such short notice. Before we jump to conclusions, let's see what Quinlan's scribes can get off of it. I'm sure the Institute has all of their data
That was a
heavily
bot for a
encrypted,
second.
so it's gonna take some time to crack. After that, we'll have to see what we've got. There's no telling
I
what
don't
we might have
remember what
grabbed
we
off
do
their
after this
mainframe.
for the
In
Brotherhood.
the meantime, I've got a new assignment
Is it a
for you.
waste
So,
of time?
I bet you're eager to get your hands dirty on our new project. How much has Maxon told you about it?
Is your character floating as a different entity than the Arbor? Look at her neck next time it shows her face. I don't know, maybe? I have no idea. I know, like, they like your body gets like fucked up and stretched in the power armor, so it's how the model is being fucking deformed to fit.
He seems to feel it's pretty important.
Important is an understatement. We're pouring every resource we have into this thing. I hope it's worth it. Come on, it's this way. Unless you're blind as a bat, I'm sure you've noticed that we've been building a gantry on the tarmac. Maxon and Kells have been looking for something that'll tip the balance when we go toe-to-toe with the Institute. Now, the Pridwin might be a big beast, but she's not built for fighting.
Couldn't they just
That's where
like
our new
put like a fucking rocket on? I don't know. I like how it's like okay, the quest pops up with like a fucking picture of Liberty Prime, and it's like, was it supposed to be a little bit of a surprise? I'm guessing if you don't know. Like, oh, look, where'd they put this fucking asshole? How heavy is he? They flew this on the blimp?
Liberty Prime. The Brotherhood used it in the Capital Wasteland as a weapon against the Enclave. It's the most advanced robot the Brotherhood has ever had at its disposal. Unfortunately, Liberty Prime was destroyed in the line of duty. I've spent the better part of the last few years piecing him back together. And if you think that was easy, try rebuilding a Protectron
okay.
while you're blindfolded.
So that one line is really strange because she says, this is Liberty, the remains of Liberty Prime. We don't know what Liberty Prime is. We don't know what we're looking at. Like, the character doesn't. Sure, me, who has played Fallout 3, knows who Liberty Prime is, what Liberty Prime is, but my character doesn't. Also, to defeat the Enclave, my character doesn't know what the fuck the Enclave is. They were in the fucking ice vat for fucking 200 years. Hang on, Liberty Prime was one of a kind? He was like a prototype, I think, and they never figured out the power issue with him. I remember, yeah, exactly. Like, oh, God, why does it fucking matter? how do they rebuild it? The parts don't exist anymore, and they sure shit can't refabricate this shit. Bethesda wanted to do the same thing again. That's why. So they did. Sure, he got hit by an orbital nuclear strike in the fucking Broken Steel DLC, and was like literally turned into just like a head and some torso that was like fucked. But they rebuilt him.
It'll take a miracle to get this pile of junk operational.
You think he looks rough now? You should have seen him when I unsealed the salvage crates filled with his parts. Now, the good news is that we've got most of Prime's parts.
There we go. We
assembled.
don't have to just
Bad
like.
news is that it's going to take more than a few.
Don't. They fixed most of it already, so don't worry. They addressed it. Does it make any sense? No.
It's fragile, and every time we try to feed power to it, it blows itself out.
So what? You just have a bunch of like leftover giant robot CPUs? Because what you just said was that every time you feed power to the CPU of this giant prototype one-of-a-kind robot, it blows out. I'm assuming you mean like you fried it? Which means what? You just have like a fucking stack of extra CPUs for him? You have a war blimp, just strap a... No, you don't understand. She just said that the Prydwen is a beast, but it's not meant for fighting. So there you go.
I assume you can fix that?
I wish it was that simple. If this happened to one of the robots on the Prydwen, I'd just swap out its fusion pile. As much as I hate to admit it, Prime's power systems are out of my league. Luckily, you were able to convince Dr. Madison Lee to return to the Brotherhood. She was on the original build team for Liberty Prime a little over a decade ago. I've already spoken to her, but she's reluctant to work on Prime for some reason. If you could get her down here to lend a hand with his power system, we can get the big guy moving.
Okay, well, let me look up. I'm just gonna... So... Okay, let me, do some double checking. So if you... Oh. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Okay. So, if you fuck up the quest to get Lee out of the Institute, they just happen to find someone else. And there is another lady who is in Diamond City. And she just ends up being the replacement. Okay. What? Professor Scott? Who the fuck? The Science Center in Diamond City? There's a science... Oh, that building. Okay. Holy... Okay, so this character is called Professor Skara. And I don't know if this is like Bethesda trying to be funny. So she admits in this quest line, if you fuck up and you have her in this quest line instead of Dr. Lee, she admits that her first name is Professor. And it's not her title. And that she's gonna come... What? Who wrote this shit? This is like the equivalent of... She's like this game, like... It's like an unironic, like, fantastic from New Vegas, who was like... Except, like, imagine like the stupidness of like a character like Fantastic, except they tell you to take it seriously, that the character is actually named Professor. Also, well, again, it just compounds that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. This is Mario. This is my brother Luigi Mario, and our cousin's Professor. Like, okay, so what you do is that you go and you have to do essentially like a fucking fetch quest for her, or you go and then you find her, and that's it. And yeah, why? How does she know that how Liberty Prime works? 'Cause she does. God, like I'm mad, like, because Dr. Lee knows because she worked on the first version back in Fallout 3. So yeah, that's logical. Yes, but also like, what is the? Just doesn't matter. Just doesn't fucking matter. Just, who cares? Like, who fucking cares? So I think I remember. So you go back to Dr. Lee right now, and guess what she's going to complain about? She's going to complain that they're having her work on the giant robot. What did she think the Brotherhood were bringing her back for? Did Dr. Lee even work on? Did she? Yeah, she did, right? She did work on the fucking thing. I'm not just making. She made the robot, right? She worked on the fucking robot. Lee assisted Scribe Rothschild in fixing Liberty Prime's power issues. Okay, fine. Thank you. I was just making sure that, like, because I remember her working on Project Purity, and I'm like, wait, did she actually do stuff with the fucking robot afterwards? And like, she did. Okay, so that's fine.
Any recovered historical, technological, or social documentation should be delivered directly to Proctor Quinlan.
Here we go.
If you're here to talk me into working on Liberty Prime, you can forget it.
You promised to help.
You promised you'd help us.
You're right, I did. But you neglected to mention that I'd be asked to work on Liberty Prime. I've been down this road with the Brotherhood before. Why would I make the same mistake twice?
What? 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 What do you mean? What do you mean you make the same mistake twice? You helped the Brotherhood destroy people who wanted to kill everyone in the fucking Capital Wasteland. What the fuck? Did you consider that a mistake? Do you not remember does Bethesda not remember the events of fucking Fallout 3? The whole fucking thing about giving the waters of life to the wasteland? The whole thing of Project Purity being your father's dream, the protagonist's dream, and you helping him, and then you helping the Brotherhood stop the fucking Enclave from taking it? How is she going to, what?
Why won't you help us with Liberty Prime?
I originally left the Brotherhood because I was tired of being stepped on and used. First, there was the Water Purification Project, designed to freely benefit the entire Capital Wasteland. Even though the Brotherhood allowed it to be activated, they wanted to control it. But that wasn't enough. They forced me to help design Liberty Prime. Turned my work into a weapon of war. I had enough, so I left.
That's not what happened. So this is made for, okay, like, what? Okay, so that's wrong in both ways. The Brotherhood of Steel did control Project Purity, and they just fucking gave the water out to the entire wasteland. That happens in the DLC. They're giving the Aqua Pura out to, like, there's caravans of Brotherhood and people, and they're, like, loading Brahmin with water and just handing it out. And secondly, she's got, like, they wanted me to help design Liberty Prime. No, they didn't. They wanted your help. Liberty Prime was built already. Does she mean rebuild him? But even still, that doesn't make any sense, because she willingly helped them solve Prime's power issue, which allowed them to use it against the Enclave at Project Purity. One more time. Like,
why won't you help us with Liberty Prime?
We went over this already. I left the Brotherhood because they had me work on weapons of war.
Also, you went to the Brotherhood in 3, they didn't come to you. Also, yeah, Lee did have feelings for fucking your father in 3. They didn't drag you into shit. So, did she have an issue with helping them design Liberty, or fix Liberty Prime's power issues? What? This is the dumbest shit. This is, honestly, this might be the stupid... Did the writers forget what happened in Fallout 3? Did the writers hope you forgot what happened in Fallout 3, or that you didn't play Fallout 3? Or is the character a fucking idiot? I'm stunned. This might be the single... Like, is this a retcon? Because this is not what happened in that game. Okay. I can understand trying to say that the Brotherhood of Steel chapter changed after the events of Fallout 3, but this almost makes it retcons the Brotherhood in 3 to be evil when they weren't. The Brotherhood in 3 is like very good. They're like, and they're the only, like, you help them and you do something good and you defeat the evil Enclave, who might be one of, if not the most evil faction in the entire setting. Yeah, they were literally, they were the White Knights. They were the Knights in Shining Armor. Like, I don't know, I don't even know how to write this down. And their opposites are either monsters or dudes in the evil black armor. Yeah, exactly. Either super mutants or the creep or the evil, super evil government guys. Okay, so that is the single most insane point in this. So 116. Okay, gotta write this down somehow. Liberty reprimed. Dr. Lee doesn't want to work on Prime. I don't know what she thought the Brotherhood wanted her for, other than to fix the fucking robot she fixed. I put to fix the fucking robot she helped fix. What she says is the opposite, or is not what happened happened in 3. It's honestly, that is the dumbest fucking thing. That is the we're gonna load this. We're gonna load the save. I need to hear the whole line again. I need to hear from the fucking horse's mouth what she thinks. And again, I'm not sure. Is this what the character thinks, or is this what the writers are trying to like pretend what happened? Is this like a live retconning of the events of 3 to make the Brotherhood look evil?
If you're here to talk me into working on Liberty Prime, you can forget it.
Changed your mind?
What changed your mind?
Nothing changed my mind. I promised you I'd return to the Brotherhood, and I've kept my end of the bargain.
You promised to help?
You promised you'd help us.
You're right, I did. But you neglected to mention that I'd be asked to work on Liberty Prime. I've been down this road with the Brotherhood
How many
before.
people are Preston Garvey?
Why would I make the same mistake twice?
Okay, here we go. Reluctance to help. I'm turning up my volume.
Why won't you help us with Liberty Prime?
I originally left the Brotherhood because I was tired of being stepped on and used.
Okay.
First, there was the Water Purification Project, designed to freely benefit the entire Capital Wasteland. Even though the Brotherhood allowed it to be activated, they wanted to control it. But that wasn't enough. They forced me to help design Liberty Prime. Turned my work into a weapon of war. I had enough, so I left. It's as simple as that.
But again, that's not what happened. That's just not what happened. Oh, the Brotherhood, it was meant to freely benefit the Capital Wasteland, Project Purity. The Brotherhood wanted to control it. Okay, that is correct. But what she's cutting out is that the Brotherhood just gave the water out. Like, they controlled it in terms of, like, yeah, they were the ones working the pumps and setting up the fucking water shipments. I can't understand this game. They were only... wait, did they turn Fallout 3 water purification thing into Liberty Prime? I'm so confused. What the fuck are you talking about, Ivan? The Plague. Did I just hear it completely wrong? Here, I'm gonna... Okay. One last time. The 2 lines she says about the Purifier, or I think it's like 3 or 4 lines about the Purifier and then about Liberty Prime are not what happened in Fallout 3.
If you're here to talk me into working on Liberty...
Right. You promised to help.
You promised you'd help us.
You're right, I did. But you neglected to mention that I'd be asked to work on Liberty Prime. I've been down this road with the Brotherhood before. Why would I make the same mistake twice?
Why won't you help us with Liberty Prime?
I originally left the Brotherhood because I was tired of being stepped on and used. First, there was the Water Purification Project, designed to freely benefit the entire Capital Wasteland. Even though the Brotherhood allowed it to be activated, they wanted to control it. But that wasn't enough. They forced me to help design Liberty Prime. Turned my work into a weapon of war. I had enough, so I left. It's as simple as that.
But that's not what happened. And okay, so gone over okay. She doesn't know, like, maybe she's retarded and doesn't know what happened with Project Purity. Like, Project Purity worked. They gave out the water for free. It was just a case of, like, logistics. They had to give the water out. They had to transport it by fucking Brahmin, but it was clean water. And then the other part is they made me design Liberty Prime. No, they didn't. Liberty Prime was a pre-war prototype that was in the Citadel that was going to be used to take back Anchorage from the Chinese. There was problems. They couldn't fix his energy. He needed too much power. So he couldn't do that. So he was just in the fucking basement of the Pentagon. Madison Lee helps the Brotherhood scribes fix the power problem. It's never really elaborated on, but she just helps them fix the power problem. Liberty Prime is then used to stop the evil Enclave from taking control of the fucking purifier, and also their attempts at poisoning it with FEV to kill all the people in the wasteland they want dead. Why is it, again, I can't tell, is if it's the character who is trying to do this, or is it the writers? Like, am I being gaslit about what happened in Fallout 3? You know, and the thing is that my character can't do anything to contradict any of this shit, because she was in fucking ice when this was happening. And she has no idea about any of this. She doesn't know what the fuck Project Purity is. She doesn't know what the fuck the Enclave are. This line has stopped the stream. I'm like, holy shit, this is the dumbest thing. Is she dumb, or are the writers dumb? Fallout 4, Madison Lee. I'm trying to think. You didn't design it, you repaired it. Yeah. The Brotherhood didn't force you into the shit. You went to them. Yes. The Brotherhood did freely give out aqua pura, whoever. They were only limited by how much water could be filtered. Liberty Prime kills the Enclave guards at the Project Purity, who want to use it to kill everyone in DC. Not only did they kill the man you loved, but they want to destroy your life's work. Madison Lee is an idiot. I'm gonna write that. I'm just gonna search that. Like, does she not? Like, has anyone pointed out that, like, this is completely contrary to what she says? Like, okay, and you know, here's another thing you could add, Lugor, to that list of 5 things. She worked for the Institute. She works for people who are replacing humans with synths. She works for people who are fucking around with FEV. She hates the Brotherhood, but then she's working for people who are doing things that are maybe just as bad. Like, I don't understand her. This is actually, like, that's like the dumbest. Okay, I don't. What is the answer going? Like, if I save the Commonwealth.
Because we care what happens to the Commonwealth.
You know, if anyone else wearing a Brotherhood of Steel uniform said something like that, I'd laugh in their face. But coming from you, it sounds like you actually mean it. Tell Proctor Ingram to get her scribes ready. It's going to take a hell of a lot of work to get Liberty Prime back online, but we'll get it done.
Okay. Well, so much for her strongly held beliefs.
Doesn't it feel good to be a part of?
I'm just, I am stunned. I am stunned. She also just folds like fucking she folds like a fucking I'm trying to think, I guess just the toilet paper, like wet toilet paper when you say we want to save the wasteland, Commonwealth. Like, what it like, That is the most bizarre quest I've like, what? That like that dialogue is I'm still trying to think, okay, is it the writers or is it the character? Because both of them are bad. Like, as an answer. Because if it's the character, like, are they trying to show... Because, again, and the thing is that you don't get to dig into it anytime. You don't really get to interrogate her about these things, because the conversation just doesn't allow it. Again, conversational cul-de-sac. One way in, one way out. What is the point of... I'm struggling. Why is she... Is she an idiot? Because that makes her look like a fucking idiot. If that is her summation of what she thinks she did with the Brotherhood, she is either absolutely brain dead or is lying. Because that is not what happened at all with any of the things she did in the Brotherhood. If she talked about stuff that happened after the fact of, like, the events of Fallout 3, you could maybe have an argument that she was made to do things that were bad and that she disagreed with after the fact. But she seems to cast Project Purity and the Brotherhood's control of it and giving away free water to the Wasteland, and Liberty Prime destroying the Enclave, who are one of the most evil factions in the entire Wasteland. She's trying to convince the player that those were wrong? Those were morally wrong? And then if it's not the character doing that, why are the writers trying to retcon the actions of Fallout 3? She's either an idiot, narcissist who thinks her interpretations of events is the only thing that matters. Bethesda trying to retcon things that's badly written, or being gaslit. And it's interesting because it's like there's no one else in the Brotherhood has any thoughts. Like, we couldn't maybe bring this up to Maxon. Maxon was a kid when it happened, but he was around. He could give some fucking... Is Broken Steel or whatever the DLC was called just not canon? No, it has to be canon. Broken Steel has to be canon because Liberty Prime was destroyed in Broken Steel. Liberty Prime gets fucking hit by an orbital strike after, like, in the first quest of Broken Steel. And he gets all blowed up. So it has to... I don't know. I'm going to say it's the writers trying to retcon this. I think the writers are trying to make the Brotherhood evil. Like the same like they're trying to cast the things you did in 3 as like evil, or maybe not evil per se, but like questionable in terms of their decisions. I also like how literally I walked out and look, she's down here now wearing a fucking scribe's outfit.
Proctor
Okay.
Ingram?
Wow, things are off
Whatever.
to a good start. Isn't that right, Doctor?
I hope so. Prime suffered some significant damage to his memory core. I wish your people would have been a bit more careful, Proctor. The good news is that the damage isn't...
Does Proctor
irreversible.
Ingram not own a
He should be
comb?
able to keep power flowing into his CPU core without overloading. If your people stay out of my way, that is.
Charming, isn't she?
She's an absolute insane woman.
Maybe I should come back later.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. We might not be the best of friends, but we'll get the...
Oh my god, a Reddit answer, so it might as well be... I'd rather... Power suit hands keep breaking them. Okay, fair enough. I would trust ChatGPT to write something more logically coherent than a Reddit post. Madison's the type of person to criticize the Brotherhood for using war weapons in 3 when their enemies were genocidal Nazi-like force bent on killing everyone. on the planet or the region, because her germ easy in the overwhelming planet, hence this war weapon, silent about the Institute slaughters. See, that's the thing, is that I don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think it's the character. I think it's the writers just being dumb. I think the writers are trying to just like
I don't see it getting any
gaslight you, or just trying to convince you. Like, again, it's easy to be like, again, you can't just have it where everyone is an idiot, or everyone is like a narcissist, or everyone is just like an asshole. Like, I can't buy that any sort of question of like the logic of what a character is saying. I can't just admit that, oh, it's just because they're dumb, or they're an asshole, or they're a jerk, or they're a narcissist, or they're evil. It's like, it's just a cop-out at some point. Eventually you have to say, no, I think the writers are bad.
Sure. Anything you need.
That's what I love about you. You're ready to leap
Now, I think the rest, like, again, you know what it is? I'm gonna take Occam's razor to this and fucking slash it to ribbons. The simplest explanation, and it would explain all of the other stupid shit in the plot and in the characters, is that the writers are bad. That would add the least amount of questions of why everyone in the Wasteland is an absolute idiot, is it's because the writers can't write for shit.
These are the plans and the materials list. Don't lose them.
Now, before you get that look on your face, you'll be happy to know that we have plenty of the raw materials on that list right here at the airport. The only thing we need you to head out and find is a high-powered magnet. According to Proctor Quinlan, the best place to find one is
I'd be
in any
prepared
of
to
the
bet
ruined
that the writers think that the group like the BOs are
Already sent
inherently
out a
evil,
few
and then
teams to
no.
find the rest
Well,
of
see,
the
that's
high-powered
interesting, is that this
magnets
is
you'll
the same like writers
Should
as
be back
3.
by the time you return.
And the Brotherhood in 3 are literally like white knights. They're like good. They're like the lawful good of the Wasteland in 3. And so I don't think so. Again, I think a lot of this, and again, I don't have any evidence to this. It's all just, you could say it's vibes, but it's all what I'm reading from the game. Is I think they're trying to do something where each of the factions, maybe at least the Institute and the Brotherhood, are like what the writer, I guess, would try to think of as a shade of gray. They're trying to make the Brotherhood is this, but then they're also this. Oh, they're not like pure good. Oh, the Institute is like this, but they're also this. Oh, they're not pure good. They're a shade of gray. I think that's what they're trying to do. And I think the reason they're trying to do that is particularly because of Fallout New Vegas. I think a lot of this is maybe them in some way trying to ape the faction conflict of Fallout New Vegas, where you had 3 main factions who are very strongly sort of ideologically opposed, and that there are positives and negatives for each of them, and that this is their really, really, really poor attempt at trying to have something similar. That last 15 minutes was fucking nuts. That was nuts. That interaction with Lee made my fucking head spin. Like, no other line in this game so far has made me react as strongly as that. That was, holy shit. It's amazing to see writers retcon their own thing so strongly. What a fucking catastrophe this game is. Oh, there it is. What a fucking day. Quality fetch quest. I might actually have a high. I don't know if I need a specific. Is this just like? Is this literally just I have to find like a generic? Yeah, it is just. It's literally just a generic crafting item, the high-powered magnet. So, I'm gonna fucking get the fast travel point for this place, and then I'm gonna travel back. Well, I might as well just do that. I don't know. I was gonna say I was gonna loot my fucking settlement to see if it has fucking a 5-powered magnet. Also, I think the game isn't. I think the frame rate's fucked again. I don't know why the game has unframe rate locked itself. You can see, I think, the weird stuff running too fast. I'll have to double check that. I remember I told the game to lock itself to fucking 60 frames, and that lasted for a good couple hours. Might as well just find the fucking item, whatever. What an insane quest. I don't know where I'm going to be able to fit that in the video, but I'll find a spot. I guess I'll talk about that in like the story and quest segment. This is the part where Madison Lee says something insane. This is another. Is this another straight line dungeon? It feels like a straight line dungeon.
Sweet. Locked tight.
I really appreciate having to pick a lock to get a room with net junk, and then a lock I can't pick. It's really fun, really cool.
Please stand still.
So where's the magnet? You can tell I'm so enthused by this fucking quest. It's just so fucking boring, this place. These dungeons. It's fucking straight lines into hell.
Going up. Second floor.
Like, what is the point? What honestly, these dungeons are such just unengaging. There's nothing to do in them. You pick a couple locks that open up rooms with mediocre loot. You fucking wander down like it's so unengaging. It's so boring. Holy shit, there is nothing. Remember the other Fallout games where dungeons would have optional paths or would have stuff you can do with skills or perks or other checks? You could you could use your repair skill to repair a generator. You could use your science skill to hack a terminal to turn the security on or off. I just left the fucking building. Oh my god. You know, you could do a bunch of other things. You could maybe encounter groups of enemies who weren't immediately hostile to you, and you could talk to them and maybe convince them to not fight, or you can side with them or help them or do something, but fuck, nothing. Fenton, did you know there's a Fallout Gacha game? Yes, I did know that there was a Fallout Gacha game. I know there was specifically one for, I want to say the Asian markets that isn't available in sort of like North America, Europe. A lot of random characters have, on the Fallout wiki, have art based from that one, that gacha. You'll see it, and then some of it looks okay, and then some of it looks like absolute shit, if I'm being honest.
That's it.
Guys, there was a skeleton in that room, which means this person, look, this person died trying to eat cereal. Oh my god, environmental storytelling? That totally makes up for this dungeon being a fucking straight line and fucking boring and uninteresting. Just fucking terrible to play. This is filler. This is pure filler. There is no meat. This is just fucking go to a random hospital, find the fucking garbage that you need for the fucking quest. I'm back at the start, aren't I? Yep, that took me all the way back.
Going up.
What if I just did a little sneaky? I did a little TCL. Where did you come from?
Justice.
Please stand still.
Seriously, where'd you fucking come from? You guys weren't here a second ago.
Much. Nothing thereon.
Going down.
So I'm sorry about like if there's dead air here because it's just there's nothing for me to comment on other than to just keep telling you how fucking boring these dungeons are. You know what I find really interesting? Okay, this is like a random dungeon like end chat. Like it's so blatant how every dungeon in this game ends with like a fucking chest with randomized loot. And I like how I'm told to go get a high-powered magnet from a hospital. They need a high-powered magnet. Okay, fine. Where do you get a high-powered magnet? From a hospital. I'm assuming it's like supposed to be like, oh, there'd be like an MRI machine. So they put a hospital on your map, and you go to it, and where is the high-powered magnet? Is it A, in a place that is diegetic? Is it in an MRI machine or another piece of equipment or medical device that it would logically be in a hospital? Or is it B, in the fucking random loot chest at the end of the dungeon? Really cool. Oh my lord, I'm gonna write that down, because I think that's another point that just like the game just feels like shit. What is it, 148? 148, 149. 149. 49. Sent to hospital to find a magnet. The magnet is in a fucking loot chest at the end of the dungeon, not placed diegetically like in an MRI machine or some other medical device. It literally is. This is a main quest line that is just, this is like a Radiant quest in a main quest. Because this is a Radiant quest. Go to location, hospital, and find generic item. I wonder, does this? I'm gonna check the wiki. Does this send you to a? Because there are multiple hospitals in the game. So does this send you to this hospital every time, or does it send you randomly to a selection of hospitals? Because I find it insane that, like, what is with Bethesda trying to put Radiant quests in like a main quest line, where there's nothing. Like, Radiant quests are boring. Radiant quests are like one step away from being like an MMO like quest. You know, go here, kill 10 of these. Go here, collect item. But, like, I don't want that in a Fallout game. Let me actually check. Does this send you to the same hospital every time, or does it just send you randomly to a hospital? Okay, so it does. It does say that it just sends you to like one of 2 or 3 hospitals. So it essentially is a Radiant quest. Man, what a miserable, what a fucking, this game is, I have gotten significantly harsher with this game as the fucking playthrough's gone on, in terms of just being so underwhelmed by everything in it. The combat, the quests, the fucking just, that's it really, there's nothing else. Combat and quests. The conversation system has been ground into dust. It is it is ashes of its former self. And the only thing that is in this game is like combat and shitty quests. And the combat sucks. Wait, where am I going? Construct electromagnetic actuators? What the fuck? There you go, there's your fucking actuators.
Proctor. That's all 4 actuators. Delivered and done. Nice work.
Right on schedule. I've completed the restoration of Prime's basic functions, and he's ready to go. In fact, it's getting difficult to explain to the system why it can't move right now.
Well, as soon as my scribe Scribes get those actuators in place, we'll have his arms and legs installed in no time. Which brings me to your next assignment. It won't be long before Prime can walk and talk, but he's missing one last important element.
I like how, like,
His
they
nukes.
fucking rebuilt
Without
this
them,
robot in, like, a
his
fucking
offensive systems
afternoon.
aren't operating at peak capacity.
I'll run down to the super duper mart and pick some up.
Cute. I wish it was that simple. Prime's bomb pack is fitted for Mark 28 nuclear bombs, the same type of bombs that were dropped from aircraft during the Great War. The Commonwealth was a major staging area for the military's air force, so we assumed we wouldn't have trouble finding them. But since we arrived, our scouting teams haven't located a single bomb.
He's got a giant fucking face laser. Why does he need nukes? Because that's his primary weapon or whatever. Also, they like having the thing of the nukes, of him fucking throwing the nukes like a football.
Great. That's just great.
Well, hang on a second. But before you give up hope, there's actually a silver lining here. Proctor Quinlan has located some records regarding a military installation.
Okay, go get the nukes. I get it. Yeah.
The catch is that the installation...
Oh no, it's located out in the glowing sea. Oh no, the glowing sea. You mean that place that isn't a fucking threat?
Scribe Halen's established a communications point on the frontier of the glowing sea. I suggest you head out there first, hopefully, but good luck.
Yeah. What fun? Is anyone having fun? Who's having fun? This game is like, you know, man, I love fun. I love fun. Fun is cool. You mean that place that isn't a threat when you wear power armor? Gee, I wonder where we could find a bunch of cunts who wear that all day to get the nukes for us. Yeah, no. It's such a... It's such a weird, I don't know, like the justification of, I don't know, it never feels... I'm trying to think, I'm formulating my thoughts. It feels often that Bethesda's, a lot of the more recent Bethesda games, starting, I'd say, in, you could probably say Fallout 3, Oblivion, or not Oblivion, maybe Oblivion, but Fallout 3, Skyrim, Fallout 4, is, you never really feel like you're part of a faction or a group. You're always doing everything on your own. You look at something like Morrowind, and like Morrowind was like a very personal quest, and also Morrowind was like done under the pretense of like being like a stealthy operation. Like they were trying to do it on the download, the whole thing of figuring out if you were the Nerevarine or not.
Thanks, Halen. I assume the place is
And
still
then-
in one piece.
We're doing the best that we can.
Like now, I don't know. It's like, goddamn, we're always like there's a whole faction of these fucking tin can soldiers, and we're the only ones ever doing anything. You know, we never really see the like anything that does happen that's important from the other members. It always happens like off screen in a way that feels like it feels so artificial. Where it's like, oh, you went to the hospital and found some magnets and then built for MacGuffins. Oh, we fixed the fucking computer. Done. Lee's fixed the computer on the the fucking Liberty Prime, and it's like, oh, okay.
Doesn't sound too difficult.
No, not at all. You're only heading back into the most inhospitable place in the entire Commonwealth. Look, I know you've been through the glowing sea before, but...
How does she know I've been through the glowing sea before?
If you don't, the radiation will cook you from the inside out. Good luck, Knight.
How does she know I've been through the glowing sea before? I went to the glowing sea before I encountered the Brotherhood, I'm pretty sure, or did like anything significant with them. Did I tell them that? It's like explicitly that I went to the glowing sea? I told Maxon that I went to I found a brother or an Institute scientist who would has like a former Institute scientist that had a way of getting into the Institute, but I don't know if I ever mentioned, like, that is something that they do a lot, I think, in this game, is there's a lot of cases where NPCs will get knowledge about your character that you have never divulged to anyone, or outside of, like, two people, and it fucking spreads as if, it spreads so rapidly, it's like Twitter still exists.
Well, I'm glad to see the relay didn't completely vaporize you.
Did you expect it to?
No, of course not. It was far more likely that it would just blow up. But it didn't.
They're all in a shared Discord, yeah.
Were you able to find the serum?
It's a very weird, very weird Discord.
That's really it. Alright. Let's see.
Thanks, Robot.
Retrovirus has matured nicely. Density gradient is high.
Really like how
Recombinant counter-intron sequences.
Man, they like
transcriptive exon strands.
I don't like the way that the live the sort of not like paused camera works in both this and in Skyrim is like is bad. It's so weird because especially here, sometimes you just get like the worst camera angles. It's so terrible, some of the camera angles. I genuinely don't know why they didn't do anything with this, like, this free cam, like, establishing more interesting shots. They rarely do anything with it.
How long will it take?
I don't know. Nothing like this has ever been tried before. I'm going to rest for a while. I'm back in a few days.
So when you come back to see him in like a week or whatever in game, he's literally just like completely turned back into a human with like no side effects.
You kept your end of our bargain.
I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
He's like, how do you ungrow? Like, you know, how do you ungrow yourself? He's like 7.5 feet tall now. He's grown all this extra mass. There is muscle and bone and flesh that has grown. How does he ungrow it? How does his skin unstretch? Yeah, exactly. You know? Does he grow his dick back? Because remember, super mutants don't have reproductive organs. Actually, I don't know. Do they not have reproductive organs, or are they all just sterile? I think they're just sterile. I gotta look up. Vree's her fucking. Well, let's check Fallout 1. Her autopsy report. I'm trying to look it up because there's one part where she says something in it. Because this is what you use in Fallout 1. Vree's autopsy report is what you use in Fallout 1 to convince the master that his plan is dumb. Okay, here we go. Okay. So it's a little. It says a chief among them is sterility. The subject would be unable to reproduce with any creature, whether clean or mutated. Okay. So yeah, they're sterile. Okay. I don't know if they've ever like gone back. Because again, it's never like 100%. Like, do I have to ask fucking ChatGPT or do super mutants have genitals? Do Fallout super mutants have Okay. Well, they said, okay, so what ChatGPT pretty much just said the same thing, that yeah, they're sterile, and that they might have like the physical bits, but they're not actually what's it called, fertile. But like, okay, but it's weird because it's like it's not, I swear to God that they lost their bits because that you see all the super mutants look the same. They all end up, well, depends on what game you're playing, they look the same. In Fallout 4, they look like lumpy potato people. But it's like it doesn't matter what subject is injected with FEV, they all turn out the same. So like all of like the sort of human, like secondary sexual characteristics disappear. You know, a super mutant that was a human male versus a human female, good fucking luck telling, because they end up all looking like fucking green mutant men. And so that's why I thought that they had no actual junk. Still, anyway, it doesn't explain the other things. How does Virgil, like, shrink? Where does all the bone and muscle mass that he's grown, like, where does that go? Hell yeah, confirmed Big 2. Takes a massive fucking dump. Oh my god. Oh my god. So yeah, this place is like, it's got like a neat design. It's based off of I want to say it's based, this is like what, Site Y or whatever the fuck it's called? Sentinel Site. This is like, this is inspired by Fallout 4 Sentinel Site. I think it was inspired by what would have been a real place. Sentinel Site. Doesn't actually, why does like Sentinel Site? Oh, it is actually a real thing. I thought it was a hypothetical. There is like some nuclear site that looks like this, with the weird sort of like pyramid building and then the 4 sort of outbuildings. I thought it was only a hypothetical. I don't know. I thought it was never actually built. But no, it was. It looks actually kind of cool. Very kind of very spooky. You ever see any of those fucking hypothetical drawings or sketches for a place to store like a long-term nuclear waste storage, where it's like we have to be able to tell humans like 10,000 years in the future that there's nuclear waste here and that it's bad? Kind of reminds me of that. I know that a couple of those areas actually show up in Fallout 76. That sort of like one of them is like the Field of Spikes, where it's like a bunch of these like jagged concrete spikes sticking out of the ground at different angles. Did the government build this place on purpose? Yeah, actually. This place is real. This place is real. It's called Sentinel Site Prescott. I think it might actually be called that in real life. Sentinel Site? Is this real? There's something like this in real life. I don't know what it's called. Sentinel Site Prescott, real life. Safeguard. Yeah, here, the Stanley R. Mickelson Safeguard Complex was a cluster of military facilities near Tacoma, North Dakota, that supported the U.S. Army's Safeguard anti-ballistic missile program. Provided launch and control for 30 LMI-49 Spartan anti-ballistic missiles and 70 shorter-range sprint ballistic missiles. Yeah. Oh, there's even a fucking... Wow, there's a photo of it from on Wikipedia. There's a photo of it from last month. From July. Well, a little over a month ago then, yeah. It's abandoned. Like, it's not used anymore, but the building is still there. The weird fucking pyramid and the watchtowers. Or whatever the fuck those are. Yeah, it looks really cool. It's an interesting design. It's cool. Future cavemen find the spikes and get radiation. The point to gods are mads. Offer them tribute and sacrifices. Yeah, I think what is it? It's like future nuclear waste warning things. Long-term nuclear waste warning messages. And like, how do you communicate to people who might not speak our language or something like that in the future? What like that like don't come here, you will die. Things here bad. See if I can find some pictures of them. And then there's like the one message that like people that they've put on it where it was like, so this was so it gave the so something like, what was he like, it goes on, it's like, this is not a place of honor, no highly esteemed deed is commemorated here, nothing valued is here. What is here was dangerous and repulsive to us. This message is a warning about danger. The danger is a particular location. It increases towards the center. The center of danger is here, a particular size and shape below us. The danger is still present in your time as it was in ours. The danger is to the body and it can kill. The danger is in the form of an eminence of energy. The danger is unleashed only if you substantially deserve this place physically. This place is best shunned and left uninhabited. And then the report like went further. It's like you have to say essentially that something man-made is here. Something man-made is here and is dangerous, telling you what, where, who, when, why, and how, and then more complex information. It does look cool, but you can't blame the people for coming up with conspiracies that the U.S. government was building that. I just seen in the 70s. You don't know what it is? Yeah. You're just told to fuck off because it's the Cold War. What is the... Let's find the cool... I want to find all, there's like a bunch of pictures of like all the cool different things. But yeah, like a bunch of them was like, one of them was like a field of spikes. Field of landscape of thorns, a mass of many irregularly sized spikes protruding from the ground. Like a bunch of like weird like a black hole, an enormous slab of basalt or black dyed concrete, rendering the land uninhabitable and unfarmable. Like a bunch of different versions of these things of like big different like blocks and stuff like that. Just like a thing to make it so that like people in the far future who might be blown back into caveman times or something will know like this is bad. Don't be here, it's bad. You need to not be in this location. Whether or not that would be effective, whole other question.
Perfect.
I like how that magazine I just picked up gave me 5 radiation resistance. Which might as well be just like, might as well be nothing. Oh my god. Landscape of thorns, mass many irregular spike field, extremely large spikes emerging from ground at all angles, spikes bursting through grid. Yeah, it's all really cool. It's an interesting idea. It might... Menacing earthworks. Mounds shaped like lightning bolts. Shapes would be strikingly visible from the air or from artificial hills constructed around the site. You know what I think would probably be the most effective way to do this, so that like in the far future people don't know. Bury it deep, really, really, really fucking deep, and then just seal it up and don't fucking tell any, like just forget about it. You know what I mean? Like make note of it, like where it is, but like don't draw attention to it at all. You know, and if you bury it deep enough, then there you go. I like that one, the one where you make like you make a village out of like scary blocks, and then you make it so that they don't, that it's just like you've made a spooky house or a spooky city. I'm gonna kill myself with this rocket launcher, aren't I? Again, when you're in the power armor with like a minigun or a flamer, it kind of becomes like a low-rent Space Marine game. We have Space Marine at home. Imagine Horizon 2 Dawn, the world ended 2,000 years ago, and you come across this jet black city completely empty, no sign of life, designed so weirdly that people always get lost. There isn't anywhere to live. It's a Shal or Yin from A Song of Ice and Fire? God, I don't even remember that. Remember A Song of Ice and Fire? Remember that? I read that entire series, and it's been so long I don't remember a fucking thing about it. Over-exaggerating, obviously, but, like, so much of that has just left. If that series, like, if another book in that series came out tomorrow, I would have to reread the entire series, because I would have no fucking idea of what, like, things were. But I won't have to worry about that, because we know that George R.R. Martin is not going to finish that series. We just know. Oops, you didn't see that. I definitely wasn't cheating myself more ammo because I'm fucking lazy. I never actually read it because I only really do audiobooks and never found a narrator for it I like. I think listening to an audiobook is reading a book. I've listened to a lot of audiobooks over the last like decade, and they're really, some of them are really good. And I feel like I was able to pay attention and get that story and, you know, get as much of that as if I read it. Although I will admit, yes, sometimes it's hard to find a good narrator for an audiobook. Yin is known as the City of Evil. So is the city so evil that not even the jungle dares enter? The jungle, yeah, okay, I read that right. Don't worry. The extended world of Song of Ice and Fire is more interesting than the main stories I've found. I think that exists. I think that's a thing for a lot of fiction, is that a lot of the sort of background stuff is very interesting, and the reason why is that it's not like focused on, and so you really can't. It allows you a lot of imagination, a lot of being able to sort of think. Who the fuck are you? A lot of like your own sort of stuff, Like you can, it's not like super explained. There's not like you can. Let's you have what am I trying to say? Imagination. Alright, so I just looked it up. This guy, you either have to pass a skill check or speech check or you kill him.
AO compromised. Engaging.
There's one guy really has inconsistent voices, so Jon Snow would vocally morph into Tyrion sometimes. I honestly prefer when they would just, like, read. You know what I mean? When they would just, like, have their voice and they would read. That they wouldn't actually try to do like a performance of the characters very much. Like maybe a little bit, but not too much that it was like they were like doing like just put a little bit of mustard on the characters. You don't have to go fucking full hog though. The reading of Crime and Punishment, the audiobook I listened to of Crime and Punishment, the narrator didn't do too much for the voices, so it didn't get like annoying, but at the same time they were just distinct enough with how the writing really changed that like it was easy to understand the characters. Where's the door here? I'm like missing like the clearly obvious switch, aren't I? There's a city in the far end of Essos. There's the fucking King of Yellow sitting in it. I don't even know what the King of Yellow is. I've heard the King of Yellow from so much stuff. I don't know what that is. Oh. Didn't even see this fucking thing. It's only been 2.5 hours and it feels like fucking 6. This game is so unengaging. Thrilling combat. Oh my god. This boss fight at the end of this dungeon, look, oh my god, look how much tactic I'm using. Look how much skill and tactic. Look how much my build helped me there. He came out of there and I held down the mouse button and then he died. Silksong tomorrow. It's a game that is hopefully going to be good tomorrow. You know, that's going to be fun, hopefully. Fingers and toes crossed. Yeah, it's going to go into Silksong and you're going to go and gonna play the game and yeah, it's going to be fun. Give the game one thing. The flamer with the default nozzle actually has a decent range for a video game flamethrower. So many video game flamethrowers, you have to like fucking shove the nozzle down your enemy's fucking throat for the flame to hit them. So Lugar, you downloaded Fallout Shelter. How are you enjoying that? We're like we can't. How much less is the loose end? Blind Betrayal. Oh my god. I uninstalled it. It just reminded me how much I fucking hate those kind of mobile games. Yeah. Fallout 3. More like Fallout P. Fallout 4. More like... I just love how, like, the Liberty Prime is just progressively more fucking built in, like, in the 20 minutes I was gone.
Proctor Ingram.
Looks like the Mark 28s are gonna do the trick.
Fallout 4. Yeah, there you go.
To ensure that Prime's bombs remain stable after they're loaded into his pack.
Do you think anyone ever pranks Proctor Ingram by coming up behind her and pulling the fusion core out of her suit?
It's a little early to begin celebrating Proctor Ingram. We haven't fully thrown the switch on Liberty Prime, and I'm just hoping all the work I've done to keep his system stable...
Fallout Chore, more like it. Oh.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Absolutely.
Proctor, all the readouts look green. I think it's time for you to perform the power shunt.
Actually, I think I'm gonna let you press the button.
Why? I didn't do anything. Just fucking. Why do I like? Why do I have to be the most important character of all time for everything? You can't pull the cores out? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Because the game, you can just pull the core out anytime you want. Ugh. It's what? It's fused into her suit? Explain. You need to explain this supposed lore and how it probably doesn't make any fucking sense.
Liberty Prime, back online.
Diagnostic on him.
Diagnostic command accepted.
Give him a moment. He needs to adjust to his new configuration.
Voice module online.
Is it a good idea for those two guys to be near the big stompy robot's feet while he's doing like diagnostics?
Designation. Liberty Prime.
What if he has like a reflex and he just like kicks one of them into the wall?
The liberation of Anchorage, Alaska. Primary targets. Any and all red Chinese invaders.
Now let me run a system analysis and battle readiness check.
Liberty Prime. Full system analysis. All systems. Nominal. Weapons. Hot. Warning. Nuclear weapon payload depleted. Reload required. Warning. Power core offline. Running on external power only.
I'm just so unnot. Like I just don't give it. Like you did this already, Bethesda. You made the same story twice. To the point where the Brotherhood is here with a giant anti-communist robot again. And like you do the same thing where you march him down the road to the Institute. Why did they, in like the whole parent-child, like they did the same thing again?
Pretty good.
With him on our side, I don't see how the Institute...
But I'd like to point out that the Liberty Prime is one of the stupidest fucking designs ever. Or in a UN Game USA. It's the fucking stupid design concept.
I came up with this little beauty
I'm pretty
myself.
sure you find terminals in 3 or like some notes on Liberty Prime saying that the entire thing is like a giant boondoggle. And that they shouldn't have made that, like they should like the whole thing is like the power armor is better. Like the power armor is a more effective thing than making a giant fuck off robot.
You better hightail it up to the Pridwin. Elder Maxson said he needed to speak to you as soon as you were done here. And thank you, Knight. Without you, none of this would have been possible.
Without you, none of this would have been possible. Yeah, I'm the only person in this game capable of expressing any sort of fucking agency. And barely at that. No one else in this game is like a fucking person. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, I get it. Games, no one in this game is a person. They're all NPCs. But the thing is that most good games find a way of hiding that. You know what I mean? Of fucking obfuscating the fact that that everyone's just an NPC following a script, right? They find a better way of making it feel like you are just a part of a world that has some sort of life in it. But here, everything is like on fucking standstill until the player ordains like to fucking do something. I just want to look up Library Prime. I want to see who voices Library Prime. Oh my god. Oh god. I went down to the behind the scenes for Liberty Prime on the wiki, and there's some really fun notes. The Art of Fallout 3 shares that the Iron Giant was one of the inspirations for Liberty Prime. Okay. Emil Pagliarulo denied any intentional relation between Liberty Prime and Optimus Prime. I don't believe you. According to Emil Pagliarulo, the original plan for Fallout 3 had Liberty Prime being much larger than seen in-game. He added that, quote, the player was going to ride in his head anime style, end quote. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm really glad they didn't go with that. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, you're right. It really is. What? I gotta look it up then. Library Prime. Liberty. Prime voice actor. Oh, it was Wes Johnson. Okay. There's no credit for him, but everyone the seems that the internet is pretty sure it's Wes Johnson. Interesting. Neat. I can't find it anymore. But I swear on my life, I looked it up the other day. There was when you were streaming, and she has like some unique set that never runs out of power. Oh, okay, that's really cool. Why would you even write lore like that? Like, why would you make it that she has like a fucking suit of fucking power armor that never runs out of juice? Why wouldn't they? Like, you don't have to write that. You could just say that like it's a normal suit of power armor, and she replaces the core like anyone else. Like, you know. Maybe argue that it lasts really long for her because it doesn't have any like armor on it, so it's like it doesn't require as much power to move it because it's not as heavy. I don't know. All right, so this is, I think, the point where, yeah, blind betrayal. So we have to murder Dance now, by the way. He was actually a synth the whole time. Oh my god.
Is there any...
Okay, I'm actually gonna, before he starts, I'm gonna have the quest up. Blind betrayal. Let's see the circular cul-de-sac. Oh, so literally there's nothing there. I'm gonna do the quest, and then I'm gonna explain how none of the options really do anything.
Am I being accused of something?
That remains to be seen. Proctor Quinlan completed the decryption of the data you retrieved from the Institute. A portion of his findings included a list of synths that went missing or escaped from their underground facility. After careful analysis of the information, we've discovered something.
No, I haven't done that yet, and I'm probably not going to,
Paladin
because
Dance
it's
is a
fucking
perfect match
pointless.
for one of the synths on that list.
Is Quinlan absolutely certain?
Proctor Quinlan validated the information numerous times. I can assure you, his results are accurate. The data you brought back included a record of each subject's DNA. We keep the same information on file for all of our soldiers. Paladin Dance's DNA is a perfect match for a synth they called M797. To make matters worse, he's gone AWOL. Disappeared without a trace. His sudden absence simply reinforces our conclusion.
So, but like, how do you know that?
And Paladin Dance are one and the same.
How do you know that
He
Dance?
never confided in you, and then swore you to secrecy.
How do you know that Dance is not like the actual? Okay, so you say that they have a synth who has a matching DNA to Dance, but like, what if he's not the synth though? What if they've made a synth based on that, but they haven't deployed him yet, and that this is like a ruse? He's been in the Commonwealth longer than you guys have. He was a part of the advanced team. He's been here for what, like a couple months or something? So what if he's just... it doesn't matter.
After everything I've achieved, why would I jeopardize my position here?
Because you never expected this information to see the light of day. Now tell me the truth, before I have you thrown over the side of the Prydwen.
So I'm going to guess that one of these options you cannot fail, because otherwise there would be no way out of this, right?
Had he told me, it would have been my duty to report it immediately.
Don't insult my intelligence. You fought side by
Don't
side
insult my
with
intelligence,
I
game.
find it
You've been
impossible
insulting
to
my
believe you're
intelligence
ignorant of
this
his
whole
identity.
stream. Don't make me go back to the Madison Lee conversation. So, wait, you choose two of the options and you fail them, and then this just becomes the out? Wait, when was he replaced then? Didn't he turn up with Scribe What's It and Night Fuckhead and go to the Cambridge police station? Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be implied that he's always, like, he's been a synth for, like his whole life or whatever. Do they need the DNA of a person to make a copy, so they made him and stuck him in a blank? I don't know.
After everything I've done for the Brotherhood, you have some nerve accusing me of lying.
How dare you speak to me in that tone of voice? I'm growing tired of your lies. Tell me everything you know before it's too late.
Has it ever occurred to you that Dance might not be aware of his own identity?
No, it had not. However, even if that were true, Dance still represents a clear and present danger to us all.
Fuck you. Oh my
Your
god.
sincerity in this matter has
Oh my
been rather
god.
surprising. Apparently,
Don't insult my intelligence. And then he just says, like, you point out the most obvious thing, and he goes, no, I didn't think of that.
He represents everything we hate. A monstrosity of technology. Our mission in the Commonwealth is clear. The Institute and its creations need to be destroyed.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, they need the DNA to make a copy, but like, yeah, apparently he was a synth before the Brotherhood of Steel, which, like, was it just coincidence that he joined the Brotherhood of Steel? What was he? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Don't they do medical examinations? Yes, but one of the very convenient plot devices of the synths is that there is no way to tell that a person is a synth until they are dead. Only when they are dead can you tell they are a synth. The only reason they figured it out now is because you took that record of data from the Institute and it had the thing on there.
With pleasure. I'll make him pay for lying to us.
I appreciate your cooperation. Listen, I'm not blind to the fact that Dance was your mentor, And this isn't an easy
No,
thing
I
to
don't
convey.
give a shit
But
about
if
him.
we're to remain
Let's math this
strong,
out. So we
we
know
can't
how old.
afford to
Do we
make
know how old
exceptions.
Dance is? He's probably got to
Even
be in
when
his
it
like
means
late,
executing one of
like
our
at
own. Find
early,
Proctor
like late 20s to
He's been
early to mid
analyzing the data and
30s.
should be able to provide you with a starting point. And Knight, there's a promotion for you riding on the results of these orders. So don't disappoint me. You're dismissed.
So the synths are arguably weaker because they're just a chip in his flesh. Well, it is interesting. They wouldn't make great soldiers because they feel pain and like suffering, and like, you know, you can shoot them and they'd go, oh my god, my arm, ah. Unlike the early generation synths, which you can just like fucking blast at them, but since they're mindless robots, they just keep fucking, you know, beep booping.
Personnel who have not completed their annual medical
So,
evaluation.
yeah, he's got to be at least like 31. So I wonder, is there anything on the wiki for this, or Paladin Dunce? Dance's earliest memories are growing up in the orphan in the Capital Wasteland. Okay, so he was an orphan in the Capital Wasteland. And he said he became a paladin at 31. So I don't know.
Schedule an examination. That is all.
He was a paladin during Fallout 3, but he didn't take place
Oh,
in the assault
Knight. I was
on
told
Adams
you
Air
were
Force
coming.
Base. Well,
Sorry about this business with Dance.
I don't know. It's just like whatever.
I don't need apologies. I need to know where he is.
Yes, you're quite right. I've been poring over Dance reports, and unfortunately, I haven't found any concrete information. As you're well aware, Dance had intimate knowledge of the
So
Commonwealth,
let's say he's a
and I'm
prodigy
afraid
and
he
the
could be
paladin like
seeking
30. He's about like
refuge
40.
anywhere. I
He
think
doesn't
our
seem older
best
than 40.
approach would be to identify every location he's ever visited and eliminate them as possibilities one
Or
by
42.
one.
Okay, maybe. I don't
You
know.
may
I'm
want
bad
to
at
be
age. I don't care. My issue is that I just don't like. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel about like this. Like, what is this quest supposed to make me feel? I don't care about Dance. You know, and like, what if I 100% agree with the Brotherhood, and I'm like, yeah, fuck them, fuck these synths. I hate them. They should all die.
Is that it?
Like, I don't like. You know, it's just like this quest doesn't matter.
I don't like your tone, Halen.
My tone. Who cares about protocol at a time like this? I can't believe that after everything Paladin Dance did for you, you're just gonna turn your back on him like this. There's obviously been a
Oh,
mistake.
there's like I
We
think
need
what
to
the
get to
worst part
bottom
about
of
the
it.
synth fighting is there's like a
You're
lot
addressing
of
a senior officer, and you will show her the respect that she's due.
there's a lot of
So help
like
me, I'll have you brought up on
there's a
charges.
lot of
Now,
just like
unless you're
convenience
here with information that can
with
assist
like
us, I suggest you return to the
there's a
police
lot of
station
convenience for
Of course.
the
My
the
apologies, Proctor. I
like
believe I
the
have some
synth's
information
strengths and
relevant to the
weaknesses of
search.
like
Very
oh
well
they're
then.
blah blah
Would
blah
you
they're
care
blah
to
blah blah.
enlighten us?
You know,
Or
oh,
do
you
we
can't
have to
tell
wait
that they're
until
not
you decide
synth
to
until or
crisis?
that they're synth until they're dead.
Knight, if you'd accompany
Oh,
me to
some
the
of
flight
them
deck,
don't
I'd like to
have
show you the
memory, but then
information
some
I
of them
compiled
do have
firsthand.
like I
I've
don't know.
stored the data on my Vertibird gunship's computer.
You a synth working undercover for you for a little decade. Well, that's the thing. Is like, did he do anything? Did Dance do anything? Because that's the thing. Is like, I don't know. He was like, you find him and he's like, I don't know. I don't fucking care.
This better not be a waste of my time.
Of course not, ma'am.
Proceed, Knight. I'll continue doing my research here.
If you'll follow me, ma'am.
I wasn't listening. I don't even fucking know what she's doing. Also, Cat.
Well, if it isn't the woman who
Look faster. So apparently the note from the Institute saying he's a synth saying he's missing, so the Institute doesn't know he's active, so who gives a fuck? I don't know. I don't really care either way. He's not a spy because the Institute thinks he's dead or whatever. Yeah, but like they could, I don't know, they could reactivate him. I don't know. Like, is he like a sleeper? I don't know. It's weird. This feels like Emilio Pagliarulo watched Battlestar Galactica and then made like a worse version of Battlestar Galactica, which considering how that show turned out, that's a fucking achievement.
Do you actually plan on killing Paladin Dance?
I'm following orders. You should do the same.
I know I should. But before you head out,
If the synths literally do nothing, then there's a point of them existing other than dipshit version of Invasion of the Body Shatters for shits and giggles. They have to do something, at least their little infiltration units. Well, we don't get anything from the Institute quest line.
He's earned my
They're replacing people for they're replacing people on the surface and fucking with them, but then they want to stay to themselves and just stay underground.
or not. He's still Dance.
How would they know to reactivate him? It's so fucking weird. Well, that's the thing, is that none of this is explained, so it's all just, like, up in the air. It's like, well, I don't know. And sure, you don't have to explain everything, but, like, it's so whatever. Like, it's so vague, it's meaningless. Like, I just can't attach myself to this because everything is just whatever.
The most selfless person I've ever met. I've watched
I don't
him
know.
risk his own life based on nothing more than principle alone. That's why I'm asking you.
I wish they do just not bothered with the whole infiltrating humans, but just make scary robot slaves, Terminator style. Yeah, well, yeah, they don't really do enough with it.
Let him tell his side of the
Again,
story.
like Battlestar Galactica, the fucking Cylons look like humans, and the first like episode they genocide all of humankind.
Then you do what you have to do.
And then the remaining ones are still trying to kill them, and it's the whole thing of like, oh, who's a fucking Cylon? Oh, is Gaius Baltar almost gonna fucking is he gonna make a Cylon detector? Oh, we eventually figured out there's only like what 12 models of Cylon, so there's only 12 different version. There's like at least an attempt at rules where here it's just like whatever, the synths can do whatever they want. Why is the Institute doing synths? Because they want to. Like, at least the fucking Cylons for a little bit had a bit of a clearer thing. They wanted to kill humanity because they had a war with humanity, and they wanted to fucking kill them.
Let him run. Before the Pribwin showed up, Dance had me identify a fallback point if we ever lost the police station. It was Listening Post Bravo, an old pre-war U.S. military outpost on the
All
northern
this
frontier
needed
of the
is a
Commonwealth.
one-line bit from the
It's
Institute saying, oh yeah, we know they escaped, we know who they are, and we use them to gather information on the surface, and the brain chip
So,
relays it back.
There's a good chance that's where he's headed.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That might add, like, other questions of, like, well, surely you should be able to then, like, scan like, I guess it's like if they have, like, Wi-Fi in their brain, you would be able to conceivably detect the Wi-Fi signal to detect if people were synths. And you might actually be able to do something like that. I'm surprised there's no... I'm surprised, at least I don't think so. Or at least I don't think of, what's it called? Is there any... Like, no one in this universe is making a synth detector. There's never any sort of quest on, like, can we detect synths? You know what I mean? And you know what? Like, that's interesting. Like, do they ever... Like, it's something they kind of maybe play with a little bit in the in Far Harbor, but there's like the whole case of like, what if someone, thing is, they made some sense, and the Institute is so overpowered lore-wise that they make the rest fall apart. From the lore, they could just take over everything. Yeah. This connection to the network, they go mental. Yeah, maybe. Like there's never no. There's never like a oh god, what am I trying to say now? Synth detector. Oh, like the idea of like people who like it's played with in Far Harbor. One character thinks she's actually a synth, but she's not. And like I wonder, we'll see in the railroad. Like, what if like someone goes to the railroad and goes like, I'm a synth, guys, I'm a synth. And like, how does the railroad like confirm that? You know what I mean? Like, how does the railroad confirm that a person is a synth? Fahaba, yeah. Like, how do they do that? Can they do that? Does it matter? How does anyone confirm they're a synth? Well, it would only matter if they were like the only way to do it is if they're dead. Maybe you're a fucking synth. Only person that died 2 years have been frozen. But like, and see, that's the thing, is that like when you go to Far Harbor, you can talk, when you talk to Dima, when you talk to Dima in Far Harbor, he actually asks, "Are you a synth?" And you can say yes, no, and then if you say no, he's like, "Are you sure?" And it's like, I don't know, like, fuck. The Railroad knows people are synths by their synth component, which was removed from their heads by the Railroad. The synth's own confession, or by trusted, secretly palaced informant with the institute known as Patriot. But like, if they can detect, whatever, and then like it comes back to like, is there a synth detector? And if they can remove it, I don't know. We'll see. I think we got the institute's side, quote unquote, as much as it was. It'll be interesting to see the Railroad. How much of this is given any sort of thought in the Railroad. Of course, there had to be combat. Imagine if there was no combat. Imagine if this was just like a conversation with Dance. No, it has to be fucking combat. Oh, the player is without combat for fucking 20 seconds. They're gonna get bored. Make them do combat. It's like, just fuck off. And there he is, Captain Gormless.
Hi.
I'm not surprised Maxon sent you. He never liked to do the dirty work himself.
Oh, now you're gonna dirty talk Maxon. Oh.
He told me you're a synth, Dance. That makes you a traitor.
And he's right.
How's the game going? Oh, I'm having.
I didn't know.
Oh, I'm having so much fun. Can you hear how much fun I'm having?
I thought synths were the enemy. I never expected to hear that I was one of them. If it wasn't for Halen, we wouldn't even be having.
If you're gonna remove this component, the little one piece of synthetic gobbledygook from a synth, don't they just become human?
Want me alive?
The game's not ready for that. Plagueling, that makes a good point, where there's like one component in the synths that is like a mechanical component that you can only, and the rest of it is like artificially made flesh and blood. And if you remove it, I guess, and there's no way to tell if a person is a synth otherwise, they're just a human. You're right. The game isn't ready for that. Yeah, I'm hearing it.
How could you not know that you're a synth?
It doesn't make sense to me either. It just feels like a cruel
Yeah,
joke.
it is a cruel joke. The writers are playing on the player right now.
I remember growing up in the ruins, everything. I suppose they programmed that all into my head. I mean...
And so it's like, so did they was Dance always this? Was Dance kidnapped when it was like he replaced recently?
Even though
does he
states I'm a synth,
you know, like what I mean? Like
different than I did before. I still feel like a human. Why does any of this even matter to you? You're obviously here to carry out Maxon's orders. Does he even want me alive?
Of course not. Synths are the enemy, remember?
All too well. Look, I'm not blind to the fact that this must be difficult for you. I wish Maxon had sent someone else, but that doesn't change a thing. I'm a synth, which means I need to be
I just don't care about this character.
If you disobey your orders, you're not only betraying Maxon.
I don't know, like this.
You're betraying the brother.
I don't know, like
everything it stands.
I don't know what the writers want me to.
Trusted. Machines were never meant to make their own
to
decisions.
Like. I don't know what there's
Technology
what they want to make me feel. Like, and why he's still wearing that stupid hood. Yeah.
Extinction. I need to be the example, not the exception.
We fucking rinse him and there's no, like, we can kill him and find out can we kill him and find out he's even a synth? Yes, the thing is that he is definitively a synth. 1,000,000,000%. The game does not even, like, holy shit, this would be so much more of an interesting like, it is so, something that is so prevalent throughout this playthrough is that it is so easy to add a little bit of layers to almost every quest. It is so easy to just think for a couple minutes, not even, and come up with ways that you could have made this quest have a little bit more flesh and be a little bit more engaging. And yeah, the whole quest is he's a synth, really? Yeah. And so wouldn't this be really cool is that maybe this is a trick, this is a mistake, this is something that the Institute planned to sow dissent in the Brotherhood or something. And that if you go through with it and you kill him and you find out he's not a synth and you have to find a way to tell Maxon or to convince Maxon that he's not a synth, or you have some sort of evidence, and now the Brotherhood is like, oh my god, we killed one of our own, and something like that, or there's some other way to find a way to kill or to exonerate him, and there's the truth is out there that there's some information you can find somewhere through some means to prove he's not a synth. And that could be a whole line of logic. Or fucking imagine this. Imagine if Bethesda put some effort and made it so that, let's say that this quest, when it starts, the game generates like a seed or does like a random number generator thing, and that there is a chance that he is or is not a synth, and that the quest plays out different per playthrough. And so half the players who played this game when they first played, Dance was a synth. Holy shit. But then the other half go, no, he wasn't. I did the quest. He wasn't a synth. And that could be interesting, and that could play out differently, add a little bit of spice, make this game more worth replaying.
I see you've calculated all the variables, just like a machine.
Your anger simply proves my point. I'm ready to accept the consequences of my true director Farth Pomona is a good one.
If it needs to be done, then so be it.
I've never been prouder of you than I am right now, sister. It's been a pleasure serving you.
I don't care. Just fuck. I'm gonna roast you to death, by the way.
Victorian sister.
And of course they give him 1 hit point, so he just falls over with any attack. See? Synth component. Then a fucking loot chest behind him. Oh my god, what a fucking miserable quest. You've got to wear the hood now. I'm not wearing a stupid hood. God, 256. I'm not even gonna write the note down. I'm just gonna 256. Easy, better ideas for Dance Quest. I roasted him. So when you look down the quest, the chart on the wiki for this game, it's a Brotherhood playthrough. Shut up. So you look at the wiki, and there is no way. So there is 2 outcomes to this quest. There is literally 2 outcomes to this quest, even though you get the illusion of there being other outcomes. So you can either kill Dance or not kill Dance. That's it. So you can kill him, and then you go back to Maxon, and Maxon's like, good job. Or you can, according to the wiki, you can apparently convince Dance to leave the Commonwealth. But what happens is that when that happens, you leave the bunker, and Maxon is there, and you either then are forced to kill him, let Maxon kill him, or you convince Maxon to spare him, but he exiles him from the Brotherhood, and if you ever bring him around, he will, the Brotherhood will be hostile. So it's essentially like the same, like it's a distinction without a difference, really. There's no way to like convince them or do anything. Like it's you're essentially killing him, you're letting Maxon kill him, or you're essentially allowing him to be just shot on sight. Like there's no way to finish this with having, Dance on board. Actually, let's see if we can convince him to leave the Commonwealth, and so we can see the other end. Let's see the other end, the other option. Just before or after I talk to him? I don't remember. How much better would it be if you could kill both? Well, I think he shows up with like squad. It's not like...
I'm not surprised Maxon sent you.
Oh, hello.
You never...
You should have told me.
I might have.
Blah, blah, blah.
If it wasn't...
No,
I'm probably...
I'm hoping there's a way out.
Don't be...
I probably don't have
I
the
wish
charisma
Maxon
to
had
convince
sent
him.
someone else.
Right.
But that... If you just... Since...
Maybe we
knowledge
pop
you
some...
just-
we give
I
myself...
need
I'll
to-
give myself some perks,
empathy that you're
and
showing me.
we'll try to
appreciate
convince
it.
ourselves.
I'm ready. Maxon's ordered you to execute.
Yeah, refuse.
No.
I can't believe you'd... Why would you do that?
Oh God. I gotta...
I've already lost.
Well then, I'm...
All right, so let's do that again. Do it yourself, lol. How many perks? Let's see. What do we have? We have like a 4 charisma. Is 6 charisma enough to convince him?
I'm not surprised Maxon sent you. He never liked to do the dirty work himself.
I wish you would have told me.
I might, until...
No, but
way
I'm
out.
hoping there's a way out.
Don't be
Right.
ridiculous. Blah blah
I wish
blah.
we- but that, if you since can techno, I need to be the example.
The empathy.
I appreciate. I'm ready.
This granite slab of an
No.
MC doesn't have the charisma.
Why would?
I've already lost my family. I don't want to lose my friend.
Well then, I'm sorry. I don't wish you've considered.
All right, so I need to. Okay. What is the command for more? I just want to do this to see. I'm gonna kill him anyway. I'm gonna stick with the killing him way, but I just want to see how different the other option is. Fallout 4 add perk points. Points command. Game.add perk points. That might work. Open the console. CFG game. Okay, I don't know if that's correct. That doesn't seem right. Oh, it is. Okay, so let's hope this doesn't work. This doesn't work. That this doesn't break anything. 10. Good. Yeah, -1. 10. Okay, that worked.
I have a feeling we shouldn't be here.
I can't wait to listen
I'm
to this
not
conversation for
surprised
the third
Maxon
time.
sent you. He never.
I wish you would have told me.
I might. I never.
Blah blah
No,
blah blah
but
blah.
I'm
I wish
hoping
this.
there's a
Oh
way
God,
out.
this dialogue.
Look.
Why does it
Right.
take so long to skip
If you
through?
just since can I need.
The empathy that you're showing me.
I appreciate. I'm.
No. I
No.
won't.
I can't.
I've already lost my family. I don't want to lose my friend.
You're right. How could I have
That's like
been
the
so
first
blind?
charisma check I've passed in this
I should
entire
consider
game.
how my death might affect the people that care about me. People like you and Halen. Perhaps now that you've opened my eyes, I can consider my next move.
Next move?
What's our next move?
You need to continue your fight against the Institute. I have my own path to follow. The only clear choice is for me to leave the Commonwealth. The sooner I make for the border, the sooner I put this behind me. Take my holotags. Use them to prove that your
I
mission
have a
was
feeling we
success.
shouldn't be here. Fucking hell, at least have
Maxon
unique
will
dialogue
just
at this
send
point.
someone
Have them
else
read
to
one of the
hunt you
lines so
down.
they sent you.
Now, come on. Let's get the hell out of here.
Was that a suicide is selfish lesson hidden in there? I don't think so. I think that I again, I feel like I don't give these writers any credit. If you like, there is no like subtext in any of this shit. Anything that appears of that is a mistake, or is like you're seeing patterns in the noise. Yeah. You know, it's no. There's barely fucking text. The irony is that there is a lot of text in this game, and they say very little about anything. A character can talk. You can start a conversation with a character, and it will surprisingly last for like 5 minutes, and nothing will have been said. Where is he? Oh, he good. He teleported in front of me.
How dare you betray the Brotherhood?
It's not her fault. It's mine.
I'll deal with you in a moment. Knight, what? Why has this thing not been destroyed?
Aw. Let me out. Oh my God, these conversations.
Make your decision, Knight.
Victoria, sister. Honor and glory.
they just leave? Oh, so he still has 1 HP, yeah. What? Why is there a forged here? What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? What? And then a guy in Hellfire armor? Am I having a stroke? What's going on? Is this vertebrate invincible? Oh my god. No, oh, no, oh. Okay. Let's see how that was, like, I guess, intended to work.
Why has this thing not been destroyed?
Ridiculous
I
order.
refuse because your orders are ridiculous.
How dare you? Dance isn't a man. It's a machine. An automaton created by the Institute. It wasn't born from the womb of a loving mother.
Okay, okay. Literally, those guys, those random enemies that are in the background for some reason, are like throwing Molotovs during this conversation.
Were never meant to intertwine.
Why do you do shit like this, Bethesda? You slap extra content into your game, and then you don't make sure it doesn't interfere with other
All
stuff.
the blood I've spilled in our name. How can you say that about
You're the physical embodiment of what we hate most. Technology that's gone too far. Look around you, Dance. Look at the scorched earth and the bones that litter the wasteland. Millions, perhaps even
Is it creation?
billions,
I think
died
they
because
added
science
stuff in like the
outpaced
Game of the Year
man's
edition or whatever the fuck that
They
came out
called it a
last
new
year to
frontier
coincide with the
and pushed
show, and
the
I think it's
envelope,
that.
completely disregarding the repercussions. Can't you see the same thing is happening again? You're a single bomb in an arsenal of thousands, preparing to lay waste to what's left of mankind.
Seriously?
You're comparing Dance to a nuclear bomb.
This machine might not be a bomb, but its goal is exactly the same. Place it where you want the damage done, and when you least expect it, it delivers a lethal blow without warning and without mercy. A precision strike.
Why wouldn't he have
delivered
like
right
two
at the heart
knights
of the
standing
enemy.
next to
How
him
can
in
you
power
trust the word
armor?
of a machine that thinks it's alive? A machine that's had its mind erased, its thoughts programmed, its very soul manufactured. Those ethics that it's striving to champion aren't even its own. They were artificially inserted in an attempt to have it blend into society.
It's true. I was built within the confines of a laboratory, and some of my memories aren't my own. But when I saw my brothers dying at my feet, I felt sorrow. When I defeated an
First
enemy
mission was
with
to go
blood,
grab
I
nukes in the
felt
fort.
pride.
Yeah.
And when I heard your speech about
But they were
saving the
mini
Commonwealth,
nukes, don't you get it? So it's not as bad. It's for their little launchers.
don't you understand? I thought I was human, Arthur. From the moment I was taken in by the Brotherhood, I've done absolutely nothing to betray your trust, and I never will.
It's too late for that now. The Institute has foolishly chosen to grant you life. You simply should not exist. I don't intend to debate this any longer. My orders stand.
It's all right. We did our best. You convinced me that I was wrong to be ashamed.
Does Lou know
of my
that his
true
name is
identity,
actually Arthur?
And I thank you for it.
He might have a heart attack. I think he did.
Know that I'm going to my grave with no anger and no regrets.
Touching. Either you execute Dance, or I will, Knight. The choice is yours.
After all the sacrifices I've made, and all the battles I've fought for the Brotherhood, you need to listen to me. You owe me that much.
Very well. I'm listening.
If Dance dies, then you lose me as well. I can't stay in good conscience if his life means that little to you.
Unbelievable. You'd be willing to sacrifice your career for the sake of a machine? So,
Yeah, you kind of lost your mind, Lugor, when you figured when it was his name is Arthur and the ship is the Pridwin.
That he remains alive, which leaves me with only a single alternative. Dance, as far as I'm concerned, you're dead. You were pursued and slain by this Brotherhood Knight, and your remains were incinerated. From this day forward, you are forbidden to set foot on the Pridwin, or speak to anyone from the Brotherhood of Steel. Should you choose to ignore me, know you'll be fired upon immediately. Do we understand each other?
I do. Thank you for believing in me, Arthur.
Don't mistake my mercy for acceptance. The only reason you're still alive,
again, they get like, I don't know why they decided to turn the Brotherhood into, again, they feel like a watered down Space Marine chapter.
And then I expect to see you there.
They're extremist and militant, but not like enough, and it feels like but not as crazy as the like actual fucking like an actual Space Marine chapter. And it feels like such a heel turn is what I don't understand. Oh my god, please. Are these random NPCs gonna kill Maxon? No, he's essential. Holy shit.
Ceasefire.
I think Dance is maybe now back to companion mode, so he doesn't have 1 HP anymore. I just want to try something. No, come on. Damn. Oh wait, maybe. I need to like. Maybe I'm not clicking on it. I got TCL to it. No, don't go away. No. Fuck. Whatever. All right. Well. Dude who served loyally for 10+ years now won't listen to him. Random woman who turned up a week ago. Well, I do have a thing for redheads. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know. That like it's weird because like, you know what? You kind of nailed something there, Plagueling. It's interesting how the player does not have anywhere near as strong of a relationship as these two guys have to each other. These guys have known each other for years and years. And Dance is like, oh, hi, Deathclaw. Dance is like, it is so, like, fucking, like, he fucking is just, like, filleting Maxon the whole time, every time he speaks about him. And then he doesn't even have, like, anything to say. So, like, he doesn't buy, like, that conversation should have been so much more of just them talking to each other, because like they're actually friends, like longtime friends, but like, you know, no, we convince them. The world treats you as the main character with everything that implies as a part of the world. Yeah, it kind of does. There's a lot of like I feel like this is one of the worst in a Bethesda game of feeling like you get dropped into these factions and become so important so quickly. It is jarring. This person, your character, like heard of the Brotherhood of Steel like a week ago, and now they're like 100% for their mission, and like everyone is like you're made like a special super knight. You're dropped into the Institute, and they just like let you walk around without any guards or without, and then you get made director. It feels so fucking strange. You know, it's interesting because like the previous Fallout games, and by that I mean 1, 2, and New Vegas. New Vegas would maybe be a little different, but 1 and 2, you're never really part of a faction in that game. You are just like you are the what is it? The Vault Dweller or the Chosen One. And outside of like Vault 13 and Arroyo, you really are not part of like a group. You know, you do things for certain groups and certain factions, but they never like, you know, make you like king of the fucking place. You know, even in 2, when you do like stuff for the NCR, you're never like made to do stuff. You're never like made like super commander of the NCR. I'd say the closest you get is in Vault City. Vault City, you can be made a citizen, but that takes a lot of you have to do a fair bit of work of getting the sort of the situation with Gecko set up and the reactor and all that. And so you do a little bit of work and you're rewarded, I think, sort of appropriately by just being given citizenship. You're not made first citizen of Vault City. And also, if you say even a fucking word wrong to Lynette, she'll just strip that from you because she's a turbo bitch. But, and then in New Vegas, you know, it very much reminds me of the old Ultimate game, and then you're summoned by Lord British to save the world, and everyone knows it and treats you accordingly. You save the world, and yeah, and that's the thing is like you're a mercenary in New Vegas. You know, you're a civilian contractor to the NCR. You are a private contractor to House essentially. And I've only done like a Legion playthrough like once, so I don't really remember what you are with them. But like you're always sort of separate. You know, you're an asset. You are the wild card. You are the wild card in the sort of mix in New Vegas. I guess I should just like finish talking to Dance and end this. You have to keep You don't have to keep President Kimball safe on your own. There's guards and shit everywhere who also do your job. They're not just relying on you. You're basically backup. Yeah, and like the thing is that it's not just like you're fighting off a horde of like legionnaires coming out of there. It's very quiet, the stuff that the Legion does there. The guy plants a bomb on the fucking vertibird. There's a sniper up on the roof. A guy is replacing an engineer and as like a very last thing plans to stab or like rush the stage and stab Kimball. So like
hey,
but
It
man,
took a hell of a lot of guts to stand up to Maxon like that.
I don't know, it's just like it's so strange.
Maybe you should leave while you can, before he changes his mind.
No. Maxon is a man of his word. As long as I stay out of the Brotherhood's way, he won't send anyone after me. I didn't plan on spending the rest of my days at this old listening post, but it will have to do. Besides, you're still gonna need my help, and I'll be damned if
I just feel like it's weird. Like, I think it would have been more interesting of a quest if, like,
in the meantime,
you can like tell you actually have to fuck. You have to tell him to fuck off.
If you ever need me, I'll be right here.
Thinking about it, it's why the Fall of the Frontier was so strange and how it like idolized the Courier. It was really, 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 really weird, among a bunch of other weird things in that mod.
Goodbye, Dance.
Farewell. I hope the next time we meet, it will be under happier circumstances.
Maxon isn't a man of his word. We just talked him out of it. Yeah. Well, that's not what we're actually going to do. We're going to stick with the shooting him because I don't like him. Or not even I don't like him. I don't care. That's the big thing is I just don't give a shit. Oh, this isn't the dead one. It's the dead one. It's this one. Be interesting if the body teleport of a cookie first. I just like how does anyone get like attached to these characters to the point where like you're told to kill him? Could you kill him there anyway? Maybe. Like I don't know what am I supposed to like I don't know. You get so little for these characters. There's just like why would I be so attached to Dance that it's like you have to kill him? You know what? It's funny because like you know who would be like a character I would actually maybe even feel a little bit like it's like if they told me I had to kill Nick Valentine because he's got so much more character than like any of the other companions. All of the other he's not even like that great he's got like, he's still kind of like, he's not amazing, but like he's got so much, he's so much more fleshed out than these other characters. All right. Nobody fucking does. Look how many fucking video essays and forum posts about how sad Astarion's story was. Now, yeah, really. To be fair, I don't like Astarion. I don't like Astarion at all. I think he's really annoying. I can't stand him. I can't fucking stand him. I find him, and like, I think that's interesting. Is like, you know, I think he's a fucking annoying asshole. And I get that that's kind of like the point, but he ends up in the subsequent playthroughs, he ends up getting stabbed. Absolutely, actually having to choose to kill Nick would be a part 100% of the Brotherhood questline. Well, like the Brotherhood of Steel doesn't even give a shit. The Brotherhood of Steel, like, we brought Nick around with us. Nick was our companion. He was wandering around when we first encountered Dance. He followed us through the first Dance mission in the fucking that ArcJet place. He didn't give a shit. They don't give a shit, and it's like it's never addressed because again, the companions exist as a mechanic and not actually as character. Can we go get Nick onto the... see, the thing is like you say, go bring Nick onto the thing. I don't know, like, will it be worth the 5 minutes of going to Diamond City, picking him up, you know, fast traveling there, to see the reaction of nothing happens? You know what I mean, right? Like, nothing's going to happen. That's the thing, is that, like, so why? Also, oh my god, that looks terrible. This is like a WoW texture. Jesus. This is worse than those Final Fantasy XIV grapes that were a meme for a while. Anyone remember the Final Fantasy XIV grapes? FFXIV grapes. Oh god, they're terrible. Oh my lord. So, Final Fantasy XIV, it was like the 4th fucking expansion. And people made fun of the grapes in the game because they were like, this game is like, this isn't like old, like this is what the fucking grapes looked like. And many memes were made about that. Good old low poly grapes. That's a crystal model they've stretched some great PNG over. Yeah, probably. I do like how never beat the BioShock Infinite apples. Oh god, what are those? Also, I like how we always end up, when we start talking about companions in this game, we always end up talking about Baldur's Gate. BioShock Infinite apples? It's like the same thing. It's like a rough geometry with like with just like a PNG of apples covered over it. That's quality. What was I gonna say? Baldur's Gate. It's funny because like I don't really like Baldur's Gate. But like the companions are just, even the ones I don't like, are so much more interesting than a lot of games. Are so much more interesting than this. I would hazard a guess that they're also probably much more interesting than the characters in Starfield. I think like the issue is that like you can dislike a character because the actual characterization of that character makes them let's say a dislikable person in whatever way. They're either evil, they're maybe very abrasive. I think one of the best examples of a character that a lot of people dislike, but I like because I get what she's there, and I don't think she's a bad character. I always go back to Ashley from Mass Effect, specifically Mass Effect 1. Ashley Williams from Mass Effect 1 is very abrasive. She does not like get along and sing kumbaya with everyone. And that's kind of the point. She's there to cause some friction. And I like that about her. She doesn't just like want to get along. She's so much more interesting of a character than, let's say, Kaidan. And a lot of people dislike her, like, oh, she's such a fucking, like, you know, rude bitch and stuff like that. I'm like, that's kind of the point of her character. You know, she's fucking skeptical of, like, you know, just like being like, you know, oh, we should do all this stuff, do this, that, oh, all these aliens and things like that. You know, like in Baldur's Gate 3, I think that's a good example. Like, I like really like two of the characters. You know what? I'd have to play it again, and I probably won't because I don't particularly enjoy the story of that game. But the I think my favorite character my favorite companion from Baldur's Gate 3 is Lae'zel. Lae'zel, I think, is the best. Oh, these guys are now hostile on okay. I fucking love Lae'zel. I love her a lot. She has such an interesting arc, and I've talked about this like 3 times during these streams. Where she starts and where she ends in Baldur's Gate 3 is such a significant character shift of how she grows, and like she grows so much, and I love her. She's fucking fascinating because she's initially just a basic bitch character, and then you realize she's basically a Gith version of a teenager. There's that, yeah, but I also like that, like, she has her entire sort of she has her entire worldview essentially flipped on its head. Like, like the idea of like everything she's told is wrong, like, or was like a lie, more so. Like, you know, there was a whole fucking thing, like her queen is an evil bitch. All the sort of stuff is like, you know, da-da-da-da-da, and all that kind of stuff. It's great. Extended panic attack for the first chapter. I can't stand the I'm bitchy with issues. You have to grow to love me by the end. Well, that's the thing, is that she gets gut punched when, like, there's like a reveal, and then she has to essentially, her worldview is, like, again, shattered. It's just completely shattered, and it's like, oh god, everything about my life is a lie. and she has to sort of, like, you know, and you can be there as the player to sort of like help her get through that. And then of course she's also the classic fish out of water character, where she's, you know, completely from like a completely foreign, you know, culture and understanding, and that is so different from the world she's in, and, you know, all the sort of fun that you can have with that sort of character is and they do it well, I think. That's why I think she's my favorite. Like, I will say I do like Shadowheart. I have a soft spot for Shadowheart. Shadowheart is on the spectrum of video game, of dark-haired video game girls who you can, like, you have to, like, defrost the Ice Queen kind of thing. She's like a lighter shade of Morrigan from Dragon Age. She's not as much of like as rude and as mean as Morrigan, but she's similar. You know, Karlach is she's like a great character from what I saw, but she suffered in my only playthrough of that game because of the fucking party limit. And so I had to bring someone. I ended up, she suffered from the party limit and me having to picking a different party combination. I was a rogue, so I needed to bring Gale as a wizard because we needed spells. And then I brought Lae'zel because she was oftentimes very story relevant, and she's a good warrior. And then I also had to bring Shadowheart because she was often very story relevant, and having having some sort of like support character was nice. Oh my god, what thrilling combat. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, we're talking about games that are better than this one. That's what it is. It always comes down to, like, talking about games that are more interesting than this. Okay, back to the fucking Prydwen. And then Maxon's gonna be like, good job, you killed him. Good. I know it wasn't easy for you, Knight, but it was something that had to be done. I am Maxon. This isn't what he sounds like at all, but, you know. Yep, keep doing that.
Report, Knight. Have you handled the situation with Paladin Danse?
Did you want his holotags as proof?
That won't be necessary.
Why?
Perhaps you should keep them as a reminder of your lapse.
Why?
Of course.
Why?
Dance's execution creates a missing
Oh
link
my
in our
god.
chain of command.
So,
That
but
traitor
like, what?
held quite an important position.
Oh my god, game. Okay, I gotta point out how dumb this is now.
His quarters and all his
If you
possessions
try
are
to
now
leave
yours,
with Danse, if you
including
don't
his
kill
personal
him, Maxon
suit,
shows up
power.
because he didn't trust you.
Congratulations,
And he's there like, you have to finish the fucking job,
I won't disappoint you, Elder.
or I'll
Not
do
even
it.
a single doubt in my mind.
You kill
wouldn't
him,
have
Maxon
awarded
doesn't show up, you
Just
go
be aware
back, you can
that a
even
Brotherhood
offer
paladin
his
is expected
holotags
to be a
as
symbol of
proof, and he
integrity
says he
to our
doesn't need
brothers
them.
and sisters.
Why? Like, I
trust
could
you
just,
won't disappoint
why
them
couldn't I just lie to him and say he
or
was dead?
disappoint me.
Why
In
doesn't
any
he
event,
confront you
we still have
both
the
times?
Institute to contend with, and a lot of
Right?
work to do before we
Like,
can
he
begin
should
our
be
final
there
assault. While the
regardless.
finishing touches are being
And
put on
if
the
you
Liberty
kill
Guard, Captain Kells has
Danse,
identified a potential
he's there
threat
and
to
he's
our
like,
operations.
we wanted to make
Report to
sure
him
you would do the
immediately for
job.
next
And let's
assignment.
say that like you have an
Victorian
you have a scribe. A scribe goes in to collect his body, and they're gonna test on it to see if they can learn something more about the synths.
Looks quiet.
Again, it's like, so, like, why would you write something like that and not realize how dumb that is, where he doesn't ask for any proof that you killed him?
Stray radio signals keep pinging the array.
Adjusting internal bayonet pressure. Green lights across.
I never really liked the Origin playthroughs on like Baldur's Gate or on like Divinity, and the reason why is I always kind of like I don't know, I feel like I want to make my own character is the thing. It's like these characters are cool, but I always want to be my own dude. You know, I want to be like whatever character class I feel like I want to put in there. It's entirely because some players won't collect the proof. Well, fucking that's their fault. Wait, you know what? That's weird, Plagueling, you say that, because if you don't pick the fucking piece of like garbage off of Kellogg earlier in the game, you have to go back and get it.
Station keeping maintained.
Ah, Paladin.
Thrusters stable.
Good.
Oh,
Now that the
I'm a
unfortunate
paladin. I was
matter
promoted
of
apparently. I wasn't even paying attention, as if
we
it
can
fucking
return to our
matters.
Primary mission.
No rest for the weary.
We'll rest when the Institute is a smoking ruin.
I will say
Then
again, these
Elder
camera
Maxon and
angles
I
are
expect you
like,
to be
man,
at
they
your best.
did not.
Now,
Like
before we
the
launch our
how many
attack on the
times I've
Institute,
fucking the
we need
camera
to
angle
address
has been
another
my
threat.
fucking shoulder, my
Railroad.
pauldron,
They're a small,
my
capable
my World of
group that
Warcraft
uses
level
subterfuge
60
and
gear,
guerrilla tactics
my
to
level
harass
60
their
tier
enemies.
3.
Our tactical analysis says they could possibly hamper.
I
or harm
yo guys,
our
look, I just got this drop from
It's a risk
Naxxramas.
I'm not willing to
Look
take.
at these fucking
If we strike them
shoulders.
now, we should be able to maximize the amount of damage we do to their organization.
Why is the railroad such a threat?
Especially since
Even
they gave you
with
that
their
shit 20
relatively
minutes in,
small
yeah.
numbers, the railroad is a constant threat to our operations. They've already proven to be resilient against superior forces. with a knack for
I
disappearing.
don't think that the railroad would be like. I like how he says the railroad have been constant like disrupting our operations. But like we don't see any of that. We don't ever encounter the railroad interrupting
completely eliminating
the Brotherhood. So like why like
To that end,
oh my god, just fucking like I know I'd say that, but it would just be like a boring, stupid quest if it was there. But it's so weird where they're just like, oh, go kill these people because the railroad is disrupting us. We've never seen them. We don't ever. Yeah, I was gonna say, outside of getting the Courser chip decoded, you don't do anything with the railroad with the Brotherhood quest. We don't do anything on them.
Robot in their headquarters. They're calling
That
it
says to me that in the game testers that there were any immediately ditched the power armor.
Or PAM for short. Cute, huh? They use the robot for complex.
Oh right, I forgot the railroad have a robot that can predict the future.
Generate here. If you could use this holotape to decrypt the security on Pam's terminal, it will force the unit to return to the Prydwen. I'm certain we could put Pam's computing power to good use. Otherwise, destroy it. You wouldn't want it to fall.
I just wanted to let that one
into
sit.
hands.
Anything useful you can tell me about Pam?
We have very little information on it. Its primary function is supposed to be using mathematical calculations in order to predict future events. I have no idea how successful it
There you
was,
go.
but if the railroad's been using Pam for this long, it's got to be providing them with some sort of benefit. I'm sure Proctor
There you
Quinlan
go.
would be
There you go.
pleased to have it in his
That's
possession.
I think
that's
that
what
should
it
be
was.
Sufficient information to assist you on the mission, Paladin. When you're ready, proceed to the Old North Church.
Going
Link
out
up
the
with our
window.
assault
It's
team.
been a pleasure.
They'll provide demolition support and all the firepower you'll need to take the railroad down. Ad Victoriam, Paladin.
So I looked it up on the wiki. PAM was a project, a joint initiative between the Defense Intelligence Agency and the military to develop an advanced robotic program capable of accurately predicting hostilities. Wired to an Assaultron body, the robot can be dismantled and relocated in the event of enemy attack. On January 28th, 2077, PAM predicted that there was a 12% chance of DEFCON level increasing within the month, stating that in order to increase the global stability, a diverse set of detailed strategies must be adopted.
Getting a bit of a twitch
So yeah,
on
it's just
Prop
like they made like a robot that can like predict the fucking future. Can we get the math block to speak to the junkie lady and break the universe? Also, I think like is Mama Murphy's like fucking precognition just like a bunch of fucking shit they made up? Oh my god. Can't even tell. Who cares? Anyway, but like yeah, I find it funny. So they made this robot that can like predict the fucking future, and using math because that's a thing. And and it's funny because it's like it's just like an Assaultron painted white. They couldn't even bother to give it like a unique look. Wait, Mama Murphy can see the future? Yeah, that's what she does, right? That's she takes Jet or something, and then she sees the future. Or is it Psycho? I don't remember. Mama Murphy, the dumbest fucking character. So she has an ability called the Sight, which allows her to foretell past, present, and future events, as well as sense people's life energy, only triggered through the use of chems. She describes it as, quote, a bit of what was, what will be, and what is right now, end quote. She has the ability ever since she was a young girl and used it to get into, quote, crazy adventures. What if I just like Google, what if I actually want to type it into ChatGPT, Mama Murphy telling the future is the stupidest fucking thing in Fallout 4. This is some stupid shit. She's a fucking South Park character. But like, see, the thing is that like, there's nothing interesting. She doesn't like say anything interesting. You give her some fucking drugs, and she just gives you like some boring shit. Also, she doesn't actually give you anything from. She doesn't give you anything past Oh god, she doesn't give you anything past, I think, Hunter Hunted, which is when you find the Courser. Like, I'm just looking it up, yeah. Afterwards, she just gives you 4 generic things for each of the factions. So she'll give you, like, a hazy generic shit about the Brotherhood, the Railroad, the Minutemen, and the Institute. Just hit 50k Fed bucks. They're Fed funds. You have to do the alliteration. Yay! Yay, don't waste all your points. Oh god, there's not a cooldown on that one? Stop. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's like my chats on ChatGPT. Mama Murphy critique, super mutant reproduction, institute motivations in Fallout 4. Let's delete these. Sometimes I just like typing like angry bullshit, like, or stupid like stupid things into ChatGPT and just see what it spits out. It's fun. All right, so this is the kill the railroad quest, and guess what? You kill the railroad. Da 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 da. I wonder what would happen if you already did it. Probably nothing. You just say that you already did it. I just feel like it's so weird that, like, there's no actual mechanics to these quests. Like, there's no actual, like, you don't actually do anything, right? You don't, like, there's no, like, mechanic, like, oh, we have to sneak in, or, oh, we have to lead an assault, or, like, any, like, the only ones that get that are the final, like, the Institute, really, is the only one, like, destroying the Institute is like an assault, but like destroying these guys is just like you kick their fucking front door in and just kill them all. Probably a line saying already done, followed by an oh well, next quest it is. Yeah, probably. Just Fat Man in the room, yeah. Well, like, look, there's like a little bit going on here, which is interesting because this didn't happen with the Institute. Like, the Institute and the Brotherhood here are fighting. Or the Brotherhood. The Institute and the Brotherhood and the Railroad are fighting. But, like, why? Why is the Doctor fighting here? Why is Dr. Carrington fighting up here? Okay, Doctor, we need you to hold the front line in the church. Stand in the middle of this rubble and shoot at the enemy with your pipe pistol. Are you sure I should be doing this? Maybe I should be like, maybe we should be like relocating. The Brotherhood are here or something. No, no, no. We're gonna try to stand firm against this militant group of people wearing power armor and shit.
What's that noise?
So we've managed to channel the ether and summon a bunch of extra unnamed NPCs to help us defend. It's like tabletop, 40k tabletop, they ignore cover. It kind of does. Sometimes it doesn't really work. The hitbox on the flamethrower can be a little finicky. Wasn't that nameless grunt getting killed as you go around the corner cinematic? Oh, very. It's really a shame that Brotherhood Initiate. I've said, fuck me. Initiate. Oh, this legendary Brotherhood Knight Sergeant just fucked all these guys. Cool. And then this fucking nerd is just standing here. No, stay there.
Just one day I'd like to not get shot.
Man, this must be like the most brain dead way of playing this game. Like, there's not much else. Like, the other combat options are not very much more like skillful or meaningful, but like, man, this is just like really easy. Also, I like how that one guy, one of his like low health sound effects was he said, "Wow, that's a lot of blood," when I was hitting him with a flamethrower. I'm not really sure. I've never lit anyone on fire with a flamethrower, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't really cause much bleeding. I'm pretty sure it causes the opposite of bleeding. I want to point out that these guys are not on alert. This cell has not changed. They are not on alert. They're just sitting, like that guy's drinking something.
Bring it on.
Over here. It's only a vanished.
Shh. What did you just say, you fucking moron?
That is not. Now. Sam. Coming home.
She knew, get nuked. It was only a matter of time. So, you know what's something that's interesting? So, one of the things that Desdemona, when she dies, she says, "Sam, I'm coming home," or something like that. I looked it up on the wiki. Apparently, she never mentions him, like, in any conversation. If you go down, you don't know who that is. That person, like, never gets explained. This person that is so important to her that she says his name, or her name, as she dies, you don't ever learn, like, anything about them. Look at that woman in the jumpsuit again. Was her face all different from the body? That happens a lot. Sometimes you get like a weird... Oh god, Jesus. The fucking... If you've ever done any modding of this game, you know, like one of the big things is like the neck. Look at the back of the neck. It's always fucked in these games. You can see it's like a slightly different shade and very seamy. There's like a really awful seam. This game's a fucking nightmare to mod. Most worthless fucking guys in the wasteland. Alright, so the fucking robot will go to the Brotherhood now. This is the and again, it's so boring. It's just a fucking like white or gray Assaultron with Pam written on it. And the excuse is that, oh, this allows her to be mobile. Like they can relocate her when they need her to be somewhere else for like whatever. It's like, yeah. Could have made him fucking interesting still. Aren't they all like that? Yeah, but like, I don't know. Who cares? Like, why would you build it in an Assaultron? Why wouldn't you build it in some sort of like custom chassis? How is the processing power required to predict the fucking future in that robot? It's all in the robot boobs. That's why they're there. There's just a bunch of CPUs in the robot boobs. A bunch of RAM. No, 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 no. You don't understand. Remember, don't think about it. Don't think about how when you turn on the Pip-Boy, it says it has like 32 megabytes of RAM or whatever, and that's like an advanced miniaturized computer in this setting. The robot Assaultron body can process enough data to fucking predict the future. Ah. Hey now, those Boston Dynamic robot dogs they're trying their best. They don't know what they're doing. They're brought into this world and then strange people start kicking them for no reason. It's just this particular load screen takes a fucking long time.
Huh?
Who the fuck are you? As promised, a robot made by the turn of the millennium back in the 70s. Well, they thought we were gonna have flying cars and all that other jazz. Where's my hoverboard?
Well, it appears that the railroad won't be a hindrance to our future operations.
I don't know how they were a hindrance to our current operations.
Those sympathizers deserved exactly what they got.
That they did. I'm also pleased you managed to secure Pam, rather than
I don't
allow it to be
understand why,
destroyed.
like, it...
We are having it brought to the Pridwin, where it will be
I don't know, your character is just like...
It's an amazing
Your
piece of
character is so
pre-war
willing to just like
technology.
fucking fit themselves into like any ideology. It
Speaking
doesn't
of
feel
pre-war
like
technology,
natural.
Proctor Ingram is putting the final touches on Liberty Prime and requires your assistance. Congratulations on another
Oh my
successful
God, are we almost
mission,
done?
Paladin.
Is the Brotherhood
Ad
questline almost
Victoriam.
fucking done? Holy shit, let me check. What we got next? Oh my God. Oh no, never mind. Oh God damn it. We have to do mass fusion still. God damn it. Well, we might be able to do this. Okay, well, what I'm going to do quick is use the bathroom. So I'll be back in a minute. Here, I'll find like, I don't know, I'll find something to look at.
Attention.
Oh look, here's the robot. It's ours now. Alright, I'll be back in a sec.
Any personnel who have not completed their annual medical evaluation should report to Night Captain Cade immediately to schedule an examination. That is all.
You must come quickly.
Oh, I see how it fucking is. I'm so glad that this program doesn't like actually highlight these messages, so you guys, fuck you.
You look like you've been through the ringer, Paladin. Can't say that I blame you. That was a hell of a business with Dance.
Oh, shut! I just don't
Can't even
care.
imagine.
Honestly, I'd prefer not to talk about it.
I hear you loud and clear, Paladin.
Oh, so I'm a paladin now,
We need to move on to more important things now.
which means I get to auto attack
Getting
things to
Liberty
death.
Prime off of
Yay!
life support. We've been feeding him power through the Pridwin's engines, but there isn't nearly enough juice to cold start his fusion reactor. That's why we need you to find us a beryllium agitator.
Just tell me where.
And I'm betting you know right where to find it.
Of course I do. I didn't become head of ship maintenance just because of my good looks, you know? Quinlan dug up some dirt on a company called Mass Fusion. They were a power utility company before the world went belly up. The CEO was some kind of an inventor. Dreamed up all sorts of nuclear power toys. The agitator was his crown jewel. Records show he was working on it in his lab at the top of their high-rise in the financial district. That's where we're headed. Hope you don't mind a little
Okay,
company, because I'm
records
coming
show that the beryllium agitator was being worked on in his lab on the top of the high-rise. It's actually in the basement, by the way.
Kells has a vertibird on standby, waiting to drop us off on the roof of the Mass Fusion Tower. Grab whatever gear you need and meet me on the flight deck. But don't take too long. If the Institute finds out the agitator's there, they'll do everything they can to keep it out of our hands.
Notice how like I haven't even like looked at the perk chart. What level are we? 23.
Heard you cleaned house over at Railroad HQ. Could probably use some fresh supplies.
I'm looking for some firepower.
Sure, I've got something that'll...
What do I need? Flamer fuel. Missiles. 10mm rounds. Oh, just so fucking bored. Beryllium agitator sounded weird. Beryllium is just a metal, mainly used for alloying. Well, you know, it sounds science-y. Though, you see, when you make a beryllium agitator, what it means is that you're going to make something to, like, agitate the beryllium. It's going to be fucking amazing. I am not going to have enough money for all this. Nope. Nope. want all my junk? Yeah, I know. Okay, so beryllium, agitated beryllium, especially in powder or dust form, is dangerous. Oh, good job. Oh, is this like a better armor I can steal? Not particularly attached to this one. So it's lung cancer in a tube, fucking sweet. No, you don't understand. It's actually something to power a nuclear reactor so that it can give off I think it's like 22,000 megawatts of power with nearly 100% efficiency for like 200 years. Because that's how video games work.
Really a synth. Nice job wiping out the railroad. Wish I'd been there to see it.
Just make it plutonium or something? No. Ask Emil Pagliarulo. He's the one who wrote this shit. You can agitate the beryllium. Hey. Someone out there is gonna get an at and they're gonna be like, what the fuck? I didn't do anything.
I don't know about Sprite and Orion. They seem uncertain.
Is this morning? Is it like, is it gonna be, ooh, morning. Yeah, whatever. Oh no, I'm an enemy of the Institute.
Roger that,
I
Scammer.
don't care.
We have clearance for release. You might want to hang on, sir. The drop can be a little rough.
No, the wings are like folded up and then they get like dropped from the, they're like attached to the whatever the fuck. They're attached to the Pridwin to like refuel or whatever. Oh, banished from the Institute is funny. So if you after you break, if you like become enemy of the Institute and you go back and you teleport to the Institute, you get teleported into like the room where the relay is, and Father goes on the PA and is like, "I'm so disappointed in you," and then he teleports you out. What do you mean what? That's what happens though. That's just what happens in the game. So remember Mass Fusion, this mission for the Institute? It's literally the same thing here, except you just get teleported. Or, you know, where here you have this fucking turret section, which is really, really exciting. I bet in 2015, Bethesda was really happy that they managed to put in things like this that were common in games 10 fucking years prior. You know, there was like, turret sections were like such a common thing that they're like a trope. To the point where it's like, they're boring. Fallout 4 or 2 Betrayals, which is worse. 2 Betrayals is one level in a game that is otherwise pretty darn good. Fallout 4 is just constantly fucking boring.
We're in position. Go, go. You on the roof, Paladin.
Press enter to jump from the vertibird? Why fucking enter? Wait, have you brought Stumpy and a mostly unarmored set of power armor with you? Yeah, because, like, I don't know. She wants to show up with me. I don't know why. Same. It makes no sense. The fucking lady from the what's it called? The Institute. One of the directors of, like, one of the heads of the branches of the Institute decided to come with me on this fucking combat mission. I shall be teleported in a second. Again, there's not much to say about some of these quests. They're just like there's just like nothing. The combat is boring. I have gone over how shallow the combat is. There's just like nothing interesting to do. You know, like I'm pointing and I'm using, like, I'm left clicking or right clicking and then left clicking. It's just shooting gallery. It's so just, there's nothing. There's no mechanical depth to any of it. Enemy type doesn't matter. What they're resilient to doesn't matter. What weapons I use don't fucking matter. They're all just as fucking equal. All the enemies are fodder. I said this 1,000 times. All the enemies are fodder or bullet sponges. It's so boring, and the game insists that this is the fucking main way you engage with 90+% of this fucking game, is by shooting just fucking endless amounts of enemies.
Hello?
Hostile sensor reading detected. Is somewhat the sensitivity of my sensors. Clearly needs adjustment.
Contacting. Sensor anomaly detected.
I would expect something like this out of a fucking Call of Duty game, this kind of engagement. Where you're like, you're stuck in a fucking box and you just have to shoot a bunch of enemies. It's just so fucking boring.
Targeting sensors fully
Because all of these enemies will die in like a fucking hit. I mean, like, wasting rockets dealing with them, but it's just like, so fucking boring. Mid-2000s Call. Yeah, exactly. It's so... Maybe Medal of Honor. Ooh.
Damn it! They've knocked out the power to the elevators.
So fucking humdrum.
You must be terminated.
Also, another interesting thing is that when you're in power armor, there is no animation for stim packs, so you can just spam them.
Your destruction is inevitable.
I do find it funny that, like, so we think for some reason, because we found some note somewhere that it says the agitator was at the roof. So we go to the roof, and it's not there. And so then we take the lift, the slow lift down to the main floor, because this is the door to the outside, and then we have to go all the way to the basement. Yes, we thought for some reason it was all the way to the roof. It's just so boring. Like, what, fucking, I'm just like... Just so little matters in this game in every fucking way. Nothing you say in dialogue matters. None of the choices presented to you in quests are consequential. None of the combat doesn't matter what you do or how you play or what you use. It's so fucking boring. One thing I've noticed is that you never, ever have enough armor to never take damage in this game. You know what I mean? Yeah, just jump off the roof. You can tank in the power armor. You never have enough damage. Like, you will always take damage from enemies regardless of what level they are. which is something like in the previous games, eventually you would be strong enough to just like shrug off hits. And you know, in Fallout 1 and 2 with high enough armor class, you actually could enemies would just like miss you. Like if a fucking dog tried to bite you, it would just like glance off the armor.
Let me know if you need
Where in
more
this game, a
radiation
fucking dog will bite you in
communicate
power
with you through
armor
your
and will
intercom
start
system
chunking your
while I
health off
monitor
because it's a
everything
level
around here.
10 dog or whatever, and it's just a dog. You know, enemies don't feel any easier to kill. There's no sense of progression in character building and in combat. You never feel stronger because enemies never get any significantly stronger or weaker. They stay the same the entire game. You know, it's fucking pointless. This game would probably be relatively easy to do a no perk run because the perks don't really matter. There's nothing like really to do. The perks don't fucking matter. And cool. Like you could do no. It feels like negative progression because the number of weirdo enemy bullet sponges increases with level. Yeah. It's so weird. You never feel strong in this game. The progression is so bad. And we gotta fight some security.
Alert. Hostiles may be.
Oh no, it's a fucking sentry bot. Where at level 1 you're 45 revolver domes, raiders, and 4 hits. Now you're rocket launcher. Yeah, exactly. It's backwards.
Please stand clear of the combat area.
Yeah, I sold that assault rifle ages ago. I just don't. If there is a run, if there is like if there is like build this run, it's like I guess a heavy weapons build. I've got a rocket launcher, I've got a flamer, I've got a minigun. And it doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters. Like, see what I mean? Like, I'm wearing power. Like, I don't understand how the defense system... Okay, so, like, I was at 50% health there from being shot by all those turrets and the fucking everything. Let's go, like, with this power armor, which is better than the power armor I was wearing a couple minutes ago. Look at my fucking stats here. I have 1,400 physical defense, 1,400 energy defense. What does that number fucking mean? It's like, what does it matter if I'm over 1,000 defense and nothing, like, I'm still just eating shit? What is the point of armor? What armor does my leather chest do? 9 physical resistance and 17 energy resistance. The power armor chest alone gives me 340 physical resistance and 245 energy resistance.
Engaging hostile weapon.
Able to tell how much HP you have? 215. Because if it's like 6, then then there must be some sort of scaling the game does, where enemies do like 300% damage to you when you're in power armor, which again defeats the purpose of power armor. It's really funny because in power armor in Fallout 1 and 2 could essentially make you invulnerable. to like basic attacks. Like if a fucking like someone tries to hit you with like a fucking 10mm pistol in a power armor, it's not gonna deal. It's just gonna deal no damage. It's going to glance off your armor.
You must be destroyed. Sustaining damage.
Actually, I'm gonna look it up. Fallout 4. Fallout 4 resistance. Damage resistance. Okay, so damage resistance returns in Fallout 4. However, it is no longer a one-to-one relationship with the actual damage reduced, as its value can be in excess of 1,000 on certain models of power armor. Instead, the amount of damage reduction the sole survivor gets out of damage resistance is based on how much potential weapon damage is coming in. Unlike previous games, net damage reduction is based on a ratio between potential damage, weapon damage done, and the damage resistance, with diminishing returns for high damage resistance. The amount of damage reduced by damage resistance climbs very quickly until resistance is about half of the potential of weapon damage, after which diminishing returns means one gets less damage resistance per point of damage resistance. If damage resistance is basically equal to the potential weapon damage done, then exactly half of the damage is negated. Otherwise, in other words, if one has 50 ballistic damage resistance and is shot by an enemy doing 50 ballistic damage, then they will deal they will receive 25% or 25 damage. The more armor you have, the less it does. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and again, so it's scaled up to the, and it makes it so that the more damage armor is, so like you can see here, there's a chart. So let's say you have, it's like a wild overcorrection from 20 years ago where medium armor was fucking worthless. Now they're nerfing heavy armor. So let's say you have, let's say you take 100, you have 1,000 armor, 1,000 physical resistance, and you take 100 damage. You will take 21.6 points of damage. That is 78% of the damage is blocked. Now, I think here it comes in is that I think it's weird because that's like a lot of damage blocked, but then you compare it to the amount of health you have. How much health can you, what is the maximum amount of health you can get without any sort of like buffs in this game? Fallout 4 max health. Because it's probably top endurance and the perk, right? That's what I'm going to guess what it is. Okay. Doesn't actually say. So I think it's a case then of like, it's like, yeah, armor is not that useful because I think the thing is that ultimately you don't have enough. You don't have enough health because it's like, you know, taking like 100 damage of a shot, taking like 100. Oh god, excuse me. Let's say you have 1,000 damage resistance. You are shot with 100 points of damage, and then formula is endurance 80 plus 5. So okay. So like you take 100 points of damage with 1,000 damage resistance. You will take 21.6 amount of that. You'll take 21.6 of points of damage. That's a 70% reduction. But you only have, let's say my character only has 215 health. Taking 20 points of health away from my character is a significant amount. You know, that's not like a small amount. Now, let's say I am being attacked by several enemies dealing that amount of damage. That armor now does nothing. Because if, let's say, 3 enemies are attacking, they're now dealing 63, 65 damage. They could kill me in, like, a burst if they all hit me. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's so... I don't know, it's a weird way to do that. Like, where damage just, like, armor just doesn't really matter. It's insane that the numbers get so high, but they get less effective the higher they go. The diminishing returns are just insane. God, loading into Boston. Holy shit. Man, I don't know. Well, I think it shows how useless damage resistance is. You know, Plagueling, I was just reading your comment about the Mirelurk Queen. So I am, on paper, I have higher resistances than the Mirelurk Queen, but since I have such less health, it doesn't matter. Which is, and you can see that in how the combat works, because it like, how does this game scale enemies up? It doesn't really scale enemies up by damage resistance that much. It scales enemies up by health. You know, a higher tier enemy has more health, because that's more important than resistances. The resistances don't fucking matter. It's how much health can you offset. About armor and resistances and how they are useless. Health is more important, and enemies get more difficult, quote unquote difficult, because of high health. Oh, where are we? What are we doing? Alright, I think we're like pretty much done the Brotherhood quest. We plug the fucking giant AA battery into the robot and then we just go kill everyone. I like how Ingram is back here, despite when it doesn't matter.
I was able to keep the Institute from getting their hands on the beryllium agitator. Glad to see you're still in one piece.
What? Why would you say that to her? I was able to keep the Institute from getting their hands on the beryllium agitator. She knows that. She was there.
I wouldn't have made it without your help. That's funny. I seem to remember having to talk you into letting me come along. Anyway, we shouldn't stand around here talking. We've got a lot of work to do.
You know that thing we just did? I did it.
Proctor. Well, this is it. The moment of truth. We've pre-programmed Liberty Prime's battle coordinates into his navigational processor. As soon as he's under his own power, he'll head straight for the Institute. Elder Maxon wants you to follow, and make sure he arrives at the CIT in one piece. I've checked every wire and every bolt on the big guy. All we need to do is plug in the agitator, start Prime's reactor, and cross our fingers.
What if she has an itch in the armor? What does she do?
Did you, fill up his tank and check the tire pressure too? You're a real comedian. Anyone ever tell you that? Look, I discussed it with Elder Maxon, and we think you should be the one who has the honor of starting Liberty Prime. Just plug the beryllium agitator into his reactor port, then head back down here and press the transfer button. Good luck, Paladin.
And Victorium. So the cap would be, appears to be 999 for health. Max could possibly be that. My math could be way off. All right, he's juiced up. Get ready. You guys ready for like a really fun quest? Are you excited? I'm excited. I can't wait to like Also, I like how Dr. Lee is just gone. Like, where is she? Did she go back up to the Pridwin? Why is she not here? You know that person who was really important in getting Liberty Prime back online? You know that person who in the previous game was like really important in getting Liberty Prime's power working? Why is she not here that we fixed the power? Oh, whatever.
Liberty Prime. Full system analysis. All systems nominal. Weapons hot. Mission: the destruction of any and all Chinese communists. Probability of Chinese victory.
Good night, Lugor.
Possible.
Ad Victorium.
Proceeding to target coordinates. Freedom is the sovereign right of every American. Democracy is non-negotiable.
So was Emil Pagliarulo's denial that Liberty Prime was influenced by Optimus Prime, was that before or after that he says the line freedom is the right of all Americans, which is like just the fucking, what is the line that he fucking Optimus Prime says? It's the right of all sentient beings. What a load of shit.
Mobility complete. Optic beam fully
Wait, am I doing this alone? Where the fuck? What?
armed.
No, seriously, am I doing this alone? They just, I'm fucking taking the robot for a walk? Or is the game fucking up? Who knows? Because, like, does anyone remember what it was like in the previous game where you and the entire Brotherhood, like, fucking marched down the highway to go fuck these guys up?
Defense protocols and
Prime, really? You gonna throw... Okay. Holy shit, he loves throwing these bombs.
will fall. China will fall.
So I'm gonna guess that this game wasn't released in China. Oh, alright. He just loves using his nukes.
Dictionary database. Entry. Communism. A form of government in which the state can engaging Chinese invader.
It's really cool how he interrupts his own fucking lines.
Obstruction detected. Overland travel to target. Compromised. Probability of mission hindrance. 32%. Revised stratagem. Initiated. Aquatic.
Oh, fuck, right, he walks.
Activated. Probability of mission hindrance. 0%. Democracy is truth. Communism is death. Anchorage will be liberated.
So how do I get it? It's so just nothing. Yeah, I just don't even care. Like, he can walk under the water, I can't. What am I? Well, I could technically, but it would take fucking forever. Am I supposed to have fucking teammates come with me for this? Like, what the fuck? It's not like you need them. The robot, it just feels so like, God, it feels so unimpressive if this is supposed to be like, we're teammate, we're friend. Oh, are they over here? Did they not find, okay. So is it a case of like, because they couldn't find a way for you to navigate with the NPCs over like the water? They wanted to have this bit where Liberty Prime goes through the water to cross the gap because the bridge is out. But they didn't have a way of having the NPCs like that would be with you, and now they're here because this is this vertibird, right? Yes, that's exactly what it was. Okay, cool. And there's the USS Constitution. We will probably do that quest at one point, just for fucking shits and giggles. What a fucking boring game. Remember Paladin Dance? Remember that? Which is A, incredibly lackluster, and B, so fucking stupid because it means they're happy with one random fuckwit they've known for a week walking off with their most prized possession, yeah. You know, it's interesting. My notes for this particular stream have been relatively short compared to the previous ones. And I think it's just because, like, any issues with this game exist in all of the fucking quest lines. So if one of the quest lines is fucking boring and stupid, the other ones are for the same reasons. I think the biggest craziness we had was fucking the retconning of Fallout 3 that Madison Lee says. That was insane. No, that she, I don't know, God, still, goddamn. Does she think the Brotherhood is evil? Is that what it is? Is she honestly that dumb? I don't want to, I don't have to relitigate that. Moving on. A lot of it will have been covered in the Institute ending. It's badly written, boring, filled with padding and boredom. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like this is the ending I've seen the most. I think this is the one I did the first time. The Institute ending I hadn't seen, and the Railroad ending I don't remember. That will be interesting. I'm curious to see how bad the Railroad and the Minutemen are. I know that they're much shorter. The Minutemen one is like really short. It's like tedium because you have to do settlement shit, but it's very short otherwise. And to be fair, the other, like, we're gonna see that, like, when we get to the actual inside the Institute, the quest is the same for all three factions that aren't the Institute. The quest is called the Nuclear Option, and it's the same thing where you go into the facility and you, like, cause the reactor to blow up. That's it. So, like, the flavor, the only flavor that's different is that it's like, who's with you? Brotherhood people, Minutemen, or Railroad people? Oh, look at this Supermutant Behemoth. Oh my god. Oh, wow. You know what's funny? Was that in Fallout 2 or 3? No, there's a unique animation for the Behemoth where he grabs it and, like, breaks its back in his hand. He just, like, grabs the fucking Behemoth and squishes it.
Who's there?
It's this one. This is the one that does it. Okay. Okay, they gotta stand there for the enemy. Oh, there. Oh. Oh, wow, that was actually less cooler than I remember. This is like a cutscene, except I have to fucking hold the W key to fucking get through it. I like how they teleported a few feet back for the animation to play. I know, it's the mark of Bethesda quality. That's how you know it's really good, when things like that happen.
Communist detected on American soil.
I think these are just fucking raiders.
Force engaged. Area classified as active war zone. Chairman Chang will fall. China.
Why are the raiders like attacking the giant robot? Wouldn't it be like neat if the raiders acted like actual human beings here and just fucking dropped their weapons and ran? Instead of seeing the 30-foot tall robot and like deciding to shoot at it with a fucking pipe gun.
Communism is a lie.
No, you can't do it. You just sit, you fucking watch. You watch. This is all just a script. You guys the big stomp. And then sometimes he gets confused and has to do this. Because what is pathfinding?
Glory is the reward of valor. System diagnostic commencing. Mobility complete. Optic beam fully charged. Nuclear warheads armed.
Liberating.
Oh, I see you guys all showed up here. Oh, there's Maxon not wearing power armor. That's cool. Why didn't they give Maxon like a suit of power armor for this scene? That doesn't like it's so dumb. I was playing the long game. I'm actually against the Brotherhood. Oh, never mind. Yep.
Objective reached.
I'm 90% certain you don't actually have to defend him. He's a 30-foot tall fucking robot. I'm pretty sure you can do, like... Well, you would think that, like, maybe the Institute would be, like, evacuating now. You know, getting people out of there. Realizing that they have to get the fuck... I don't know. Well, no, the Institute is really smart that they never considered that they would ever lose, ever. No, don't you see? That's them being arrogant. That's what the writer would say. Is, oh, they're arrogant.
Subterranean. Ease compound detected. Obstruction depth. Meters. Composition. Sand. Gravel. And communism. Tactical assessment. Reach compound to restore democracy. Warning. All personnel should move to minimum safe distance. Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Just fucking laser the ground, please. Jesus Christ. Can you command kill Liberty? Oh, I read your thing wrong. I'm pretty sure you can't. I don't think he counts as like an entity.
The mission is
Right. So you gotta put this thing, and it will make their reactor done. It's so close to being over, yeah. And then until I have to do the other 2 faction quest lines. Oh, and then maybe the DLCs. I don't know. I have a lot to write with. I don't know if I'll, need to do this. I don't know. Maybe I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do more streams of this definitely, but I'm gonna stretch them out a little more. They're not gonna be as many, or at the very least, it will be like half and halves, where I'll do like 2 to 3 hours of Fallout and then play something else to just fucking balance this awfulness.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I was just gonna like run through.
Sustaining damage. I can't be victim. I can't be victim.
The Institute Sims has fallen.
I don't know, I have the Luigi's Mansion theme in my head. Oh, because it's been like 5 hours and I'm losing my mind.
Attacking human.
Primary sensor.
Oh, so close. So fucking close to being done.
Attacking hostile.
Be warned. I cannot allow the attack.
Who the fuck are you? You're like named and wearing armor.
Systems damaged.
All right, so in any of these quest lines, you come across your son and he's dying. He's in the deathbed and he's like, "I'm so disappointed that you decided to do this." I find it interesting that they want to destroy the Institute. That really doesn't seem like something the Brotherhood would do. Like, they would want to take this place and be able to do the science.
You can't reach it. The security override can
They'd want to make sure that they could, like, understand... whatever, who fucking cares.
access his quarters.
Heresy or something, yeah, really. Again, it does feel like someone, like, Emil just fucking... Emil Palerillo just discovered that Warhammer 40k is a thing, and, like, read one fucking thing about Space Marines, and went like, "Oh, I can make the Brotherhood of Steel that." That's cool. So here's your son, he's in the cancer bed. I don't think the conversation is very interesting.
I didn't expect to see you again. Come to see the reactor, have you? We got it working without you.
Oh my god.
There's no going back, Sean. The Institute has to be stopped.
And you've decided this for yourself? Or has it been fed to you by the corrupt societies above ground?
You don't know
It's
anything
not enough
about the
that I
societies
lay
on the
here.
surface. How would you
Now you
fucking
plan
know if they're... Oh, whatever. Who cares?
Destroying everything? Tell me then. Under what righteous pretense have you justified
You've
this
been
atrocity?
replacing people with robots.
All the enemies you've created. You can't imagine why I'd be standing here.
Perhaps I didn't think to count
I
you
don't understand why would you justify this atrocity. How dare you not let us continue committing atrocities?
You'll accomplish your task and ruin humanity's
Ruin
best
humanity's
hope for
best
the
hope for
future.
humanity.
The only
We
question
had
left
so
then
many
is
more
why you're
people
standing
to
here.
replace with robots, and now we're not going to be
Or
able
did
to
you
do it
just
because you're
come to
killing
blows?
us.
I wanted to see you one last time. Before your whole
Again, you
empire
don't have
comes
enough
crashing
conversation
down
for
around
like
you.
with your son to even have any like interesting fucking like, you know, there's just like I don't care.
Well done, Paladin. Looks like a path should be clear to the reactor. And I am happy to report that reinforcements have arrived.
Is someone present? By order of the
I don't know, I find it so like you never really get a solid answer to why they're fucking replacing people with robots. Like I can understand like, okay, you want to make artificial humans. It's like, okay, that's kind of cool. But like, why are you replacing people with robots? I still do not have an answer to that. The game doesn't give you one.
Are you
Any attempt at an answer is very unsatisfactory.
engaging hostile life form? Your attacks cannot be tolerated. Systems offline.
Okay, I've made up my mind. I'm playing Far Harbor, not tonight, but like when I do this continue this playthrough, I'll do Far Harbor. I'm not doing Nuka World. I think that's fair.
You must be terminated.
Far Harbor's the only one worth touching anyway-ish. I'd agree.
Good work, Paladin. I think it's time to leave this place to its fate. Proctor Ingram, do you copy? Our mission is complete. I need you to transport us out.
At Victoria.
Again, notice how this is, again, it was just a dungeon. There's no way to convince nothing you can do. Like, I'm 90% certain if you get that charisma check with Sean, it just gives you, like, a couple less synths to fight, maybe?
Our work here is done. Proctor Ingram, it's time to teleport us out.
Sorry, Elder, I would, but...
Look, it's Robot Son.
Here, I want to go with you! He claims to be the Paladin's son, sir.
All right. You can come with me.
Really? Do you mean it?
Yes, I mean it.
melt him. I don't think you can. He's a child in a fucking modern Fallout game.
Don't worry. We'll get this machinery under control.
All right, Ingram. Fire it up.
Console, remove him.
All right, Ingram. Fire it up.
Everything looks green. System's warmed up and ready to go if you are.
Absolutely. Let's get out of here.
You got it, Paladin. I'm going to send you and Elder Maxim directly to the detonation site. I'll make sure the kid gets some new clothes and reaches the airport safely. When that reactor goes up, this place will be nothing but a smoking crater full
Are
of
you
rad.
ready to see the second ending of this game, which is almost identical to the other one?
Radius. Press that button.
Just fucking end this shit. Where am I even looking? Oh. It's a good thing Diamond City wasn't closer. I don't know what. I don't know what's with Bethesda and like thinking blowing up nukes in this game is like cool. Get ready for the fucking amazing cutscene. It's the most cutscene that's ever happened.
I can feel it wash over me. The heat, the force, the radiation. The fear. It's the end of the world, all over again. I close my eyes.
All right, that's it. That's the cutscene is now the exact same as the other ending. There is literally nothing different. Another cutscene. It doesn't address anything you've done in the game. Doesn't address any of the characters or the factions or anything you might have chose because there's nothing. So it's just some writer spending waffling on for 30 seconds about some generic shit about, oh, the war is bad, the world is bad, war never changes, blah blah fucking blah. What a fucking waste of a game.
Ripped apart and put back together. I thought I hoped I could find my family. Cheat time.
God, it's like such like a trying to be like a fucking personal drama when I couldn't give a fucking a shit about anyone in this fucking game.
I know the world has changed. The road ahead will be hard. This time I'm ready. Because I know war. War never changes.
Like, they know that war never changes is a thing, and that they have to put it in the game, but they don't understand it. You just, end the fucking video with war never changes. Done. And that's it. We did it. We're now the Brohood of
You've done an
Stel.
exemplary job here, Paladin. Without your unwavering loyalty to our cause, this victory would never have been possible.
What? No cash prize?
Your reward rests in the hearts.
Again,
and
they
the
don't
minds of the
fucking
people
like.
you've
Oh,
saved. The Institute has been
God.
wiped clean from the face of our world. It's time we close
Can you
this
go over
chapter
there? Yeah, you can, but it's just a
begin
fucking
one
pit.
anew.
I think we've done enough damage already.
This victory was but the beginning. We still have a long road ahead if we're to ensure this.
Yeah, there's
this
nothing.
is
Congratulations, you've unlocked infinite Radiant quests. Hope you enjoy boring horse shit. That wasn't sarcastic, more introspective than anything else. Yeah, but like, why have the actual dialogue choice laid out entirely when you can just have a vague single word and you have to fucking guess whether or not it's actually a fucking what it's going to be. God damn. There you go, it's gone. Institute's blown up. That's it. You created a new harbor. Congratulations, or a new bay. What is the next quest? New Dawn? I don't think it's actually, like, interesting. You talk to Maxon, and he gives you a jetpack for your port. You are given the title, or the title of Sentinel, and you get a jetpack for your power armor. And then you get infinite radiant quests. Cool. Yeah, that was that. That was the Brotherhood fucking storyline. Fuck, that was more boring than I remember. The Institute was more wacky because of just like a lot of the stupid shit you were doing. Brought up more questions, but outside of Madison Lee's absolute insane conversation you have with her on the Prydwen after she's told to be, oh look, there's someone like floating. What the fuck is this? Other than that, this like, it's so boring. Like, there's just like nothing. So that's like a dead synth, right? Yeah. Okay. And some like ash, and then there is a suit of power armor here. That is just, like, completely uninteractable. Huh. Cool. Yeah, well, that's 2 out of 4 down. I'm pretty sure the other 2 fucking quests factions are much shorter. So, those will be fun. God, this sucked. This fucking sucked. What a fucking boring game. What a terrible game. How did I mute myself? Wrong button. That's the end of the fucking stream. I'm done. I'll be back tomorrow. Rare Thursday stream. I'll be back tomorrow at 2 hours earlier at, what time will that be? That will be 4:30 Eastern PM. And I'm going to have Silksong on, so that'll be fun. And then I'll be back on Friday again, and Friday's probably going to be Fallout and Silksong. Yeah, that's it. That was miserable. Did I stop recording? No, I didn't. There we go. Now I stopped recording. Yeah, that's it. What an awful stream. Awful game. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Thanks for the subscribes earlier in the stream. Earlier in the stream. Thanks for screaming earlier in the stream. I'm done. That was exhausting. So yeah, that's it. Goodbye. Good night. Be back tomorrow.